Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Boiled Peanuts. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Explosion. Hello, Berserk Jizerk. Hello, Hypno Amber. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Uchronian. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Gamer G. I'm sad to hear that the new DJ Cummerbund is not a jam. Sad day. Hello, Malachi. Hello, our family. Hello, Ashley. Good evening. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Periwinkle. Hello, hello, hello. I see that, Ashley, you've already gifted a sub today to the Ukrainian. Thank you very, very much for bringing that BWA before I'm even on screen. Hello. Hello, J-Fran. Hey, hi, hello there. Oh, I didn't see you there. Yeah, OS Crane, this is like one of the most comfortable sweatshirts I own, and I got it for free at E3 like, I don't know, 6 years ago. And it's great. Love it. Samurai Showdown? No? I'm gonna look disheveled, but my goal today is to look both disheveled and cute. I was, oh, the Neo Geo, gotcha. Let's see. You're always cute, though. Yeah, but the thing is, I started prepping stream around, like, 6:30-ish. But I'd already been going for my day, like, for a while. And I'm off my game. I'm off my game. I'm off my schedule. I was just so tired. I did look really nice. And then I went and laid down and fell asleep for like an hour. So I promise I did look hot at one point today. And I intended to continue looking hot. And that just didn't really happen. Gabriel Cook, thank you. Power nap? You have no idea. Okay, but like I looked even better than usual. Let me put it that way, okay? Hotness is a state of mind. So's eepiness. Right now, the eepiness is greater than the hotness. But unfortunately, the world continues to generate news. And I must answer its call in the content mines. Things just won't stop happening. It's very inconvenient. So, we have a lot to talk about today. My goodness, I don't think we'll even get through that much. No content, just vibes. Oh, no, sorry. There has to be content today. The content must flow. Content mines emote when? You know, I should really just make one. The reality shredder isn't ready yet. Damn it. Spice, not content. I mean, if you guys, nah. Look, I don't have any fancy like incentives for you to dono today. We just have to keep getting through the content. Dono or sub if you would like. I'm probably not gonna make myself spicier unless I really wake up while we do content today. Hello, winners and losers. Though I have assembled a list of brain rot. I don't know, maybe every 10 subs we'll do the next segment we do will be brain rot. There we go. That's your incentive for the day. I'm not gonna keep track on screen. You have 9 more to go until I cover brain rot. All right. But we have to talk about. We're gonna open today by talking about Joe Biden, and specifically Joe Biden's memory, right? So one of the things that has happened today, because again, today is a big content day, Joe Biden was listed in a report from basically a special counsel that council that was.
Oh, Jack, I saw this.
I saw you posted in chat, but I feel like you didn't recognize the part at the beginning of stream where I said we have a full content day, and I'm going. I feel like that part was missed. But thank you for the $5 dono. But there was a special counsel investigation into Biden's handling of classified documents. And basically the report that came out today is scathing, would be maybe an understatement. The report basically alleges that Biden's memory is absolutely going down the tubes. It says some things like he can't remember what year his son died. It says that he has shown this behavior in 2017 and in 2023. They traced it back to his ghostwriter interviews. Now, I do want to say that this is all kind of a sham fraud investigation, so it's just not really that important unless it's true, which none of us are really in a position to figure out. That being said, this was definitely a politically motivated investigation. The guy behind it is not great. But yeah, we're gonna watch his press conference afterwards. No. I don't want to hear a damn word about him when the other guy can't string together one sentence that makes sense. They're both senile. They both have brain goop. I guess in order to mollify you, I need to play soft little patty cake hands. Okay? They are both brain-souped goblins, okay? On the one hand, you have a brain-soup goblin who will install fascism. On the other hand, you have a brain-soup goblin who will be a milquetoast neolib. There you go. Which one do you want? Yeah, they're gonna be puppeteered like Reagan in his declining years. But you know what? Which one do you want? You have to choose one. I don't want to hear that Biden's a brain soup goblin. Too bad. They're both brain soup goblins. You have to choose one of them. Come on. Except Reagan actually had. Do you know that he doesn't have dementia? I don't really care. Even if he did have dementia, it doesn't change the calculus. He could literally be a brain-dead vegetable that they are weakened at Bernie's around the White House. He would still be the guy you should vote for. My God. What is wrong with this? Yeah, they're both teetering old coots.
It's a choice between a asterisk and a turd sandwich.
It is a choice between multiple asterisks and a turd sandwich. So, anyway, I just wanted to cover the press conference. The fact that the initial response to this is no, don't cover it. That's crazy to me. I'm sorry. I think I need to cover when the White House sends the President of the United States out to refute a report that says he is basically a vegetable. Okay? I feel like maybe that's something a news show that talks about politics should do, because it's relevant. My God. No, just cover the convenient news stories. Look, I was gonna cover this and make the argument you should still vote for Biden, even if his brain is literally leaking out of his ears. But, like, my God, let me at least make the argument before people get so piss mad about it. God damn. Here we go.
Few things before I take your questions. As you know, the special counsel released his findings today about their look into my handling of classified documents. I was pleased to see he reached a firm conclusion that no charges should be brought against me in this case. This was an exhaustive...
Which, by the way, is great, because basically the special counsel was like, we can't actually charge you with crimes, so we're going to have to make this report as salacious as possible. Which is exactly what they did, and it's now going to be run with to the end of time.
Exhaustive investigation going back more than 40 years, even into the 1970s when I was still a new United States Senator. The special counsel acknowledged I cooperated completely. I did not throw up any roadblocks. I sought no delays. In fact, I was so determined to give the special counsel what he needed, I went forward with a 5-hour in-person interview over 2 days on October the 8th and 9th of last year, even though Israel had just been attacked by Hamas on the 7th and I was very occupied. It was in the middle of handling an international crisis. I was especially pleased to see special counsel make clear the stark distinction and difference between...
Yeah, definitely, like, when you're the president, you gotta juggle a lot of plates. Having to be investigated for, like, absolute bullshit, and knowing you have to do that while, like, a global crisis is unfolding is definitely wild.
Between this case and Mr. Trump's case. The special counsel wrote, and I quote, "Several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's are clear," continuing to quote, "Most notably, after given multiple chances to return classified documents to avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then to lie about it. In contrast," he went on to say, "Mr. Biden turned in classified documents to the National Archives and the Department of Justice, consented to the search of multiple locations, including his home, sat for a voluntary interview."
Yeah, I agree with you, Little Morphine Annie. It would be great if we, like, you know, you can get elected president when you're 35 years old. You know, it'd be great if... I'm not asking for, like, a fresh-faced 35-year-old in the presidency or anything, but I am asking for, like, I don't know, like, maybe a 40-year-old, you know, 50s, 60s. You know, I feel like asking for, like, 70s even. Like, I'm not asking for much here.
"And in other ways cooperated with the investigation," end of quote.
A nice spry
I've seen the
56-year-old, yeah.
headlines since the report was released about my willful retention of documents. These assertions are not only misleading, they're just plain wrong. On page 215, if you had a chance, I know it's a long...
Oh, sorry. I guess Biden is 77? Maybe? Wait, or Trump is 77? God damn it. Let's make the cutoff 60. Or the 69. You know what? I'm in favor of that. Okay, cutoff for the presidency 69. It's a nice law.
It's a thick document. On page 215, the report of the special counsel found the exact opposite. Here's what he wrote.
Yeah, he's 81. Oh,
"There is in fact a shortage of evidence that I willfully retained classified materials related to Afghanistan." On page 12, the special counsel also wrote for another documents, "The decision to decline criminal charges was straightforward. The evidence suggests that Mr. Biden did not willfully retain these documents. The evidence said I did not willfully retain these documents. In addition, I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died." How in the hell dare he raise that?
This just
Frankly, when I
in.
was asked the
Two
question,
old
I thought to
farts
myself,
pretend fight each
wasn't
other.
any of their
True.
damn business. Let me tell you something. Some of you have commented. I wear, since the day he died, every single day, the rosary he got from Our Lady of... Every Memorial Day, we hold a service remembering him, attended by friends and family and the people who loved him. I don't need anyone. I don't need anyone to remind me when he passed away or passed away. Simple truth is, I sat for a 5-hour interview over 2 days of events going back 40 years. At the same time I was managing international crisis, their task was to make a decision about whether to move forward with charges in this case. That's their decision to make. That's the council's decision to make. That's his job. And they decided not to move forward. For any extraneous commentary, they don't know what they're talking about. It has no place in this report. The bottom line is the matter is now closed. I'm going to continue what I've always focused on, my job of being President of the United States of America. Now, thank you, and I'll take some questions.
Okay, let's go over the questions.
Special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president, and I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad
out.
is your memory, and can you continue as president?
I want Joe Biden to try and fist fight that man. That'd be great. That'd be great.
My memory is so bad, I let you speak. That's my...
Your memory has gotten worse, Mr.
No, no.
President.
He needed to come out with a bit of a better zinger, but all right.
My memory is not good. My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I've become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? You know, I guess I just forgot what was going on.
Mr. President.
Voters have concerns about your age. How are you going to assuage them? And do you fear that this report is only going to fuel further concerns about your age?
Only by some of you.
Mr. President,
Cleared up criminal liability today. But do you take responsibility for at least being careless with classified material?
I take responsibility for not having seen exactly what my staff was doing. It goes in and points out things that appeared in my garage, things that came out of my home, things that were moved not by me but my staff.
But by the way, it is actually fairly common for like presidents to retain like certain high-level documentation. This is not an uncommon thing, and what differentiates this from Trump's handling of classified documents is the fact that like when the documents were asked for, they produced them and gave them back instead of refusing to do so for like a year and a half. Well, Malachi, also like that this case would go back to when he was not president and still had those documents and was not authorized to have them.
But my staff.
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They expressed
Yeah, exactly, Paladin. Like if he'd been like maybe a little bit more on the ball, he could have been devastating. You know? I like my memory's so bad that I know you're a no talent nepo baby and your questions never have any value and I still called on you anyway. That's 10 out of 10 right there. He had the framework, just not the execution.
concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe
Man, person, monitor, TV, computer. Nailed it. Mentally sharp.
there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer
Because
to that
I'm the most
question?
qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
Nope, strong answer. Good on him for that one.
President, why are you confusing the names of world leaders?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
I did not share classified information.
I think it's fair if like somebody's asking, "Hello, sir, are you a moron?" to be like maybe a little bit like roast them a little bit. I feel like that's fair, you know? Like if a reporter is earnestly asking if you are like if you're stupid, like yeah, I think it's fair to respond in kind.
I did not share it.
With your ghostwriter.
With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
But the
What
special counsel said in the
Well, no,
report
he
that he
did
did.
not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Mr. President, one
Well,
of the...
let me answer your question.
Get him,
Fact of the
Joe.
matter is, what I didn't want repeated, I didn't want him to know, and I didn't read it to him, was I had written a long memorandum to President Obama why we should not be in Afghanistan. And I was multiple pages. And so what I was referring to, I said classified. I should have said should be private because it was a contact between the president and the vice president as to what was going on. That's what he was referring to. It was not classified information in that document. That was not classified.
He called on me. When you look back at this incident,
He chose me. The Claw.
is there anything you would do differently now? And do you think that a special prosecutor should have been appointed in the first place in both of these cases?
First of all, what I would have done is oversee the transfer of the
First of
material.
all, what I would have done is Kamehameha, bitch! Biden blessed.
That was in my office, in my offices. I should have done that. If I go back, I didn't have the responsibility to that. That was my staff was supposed to do that, and they referenced that in the report. And my staff did not do it in the way that, for example, I didn't know how half the boxes got in my garage until I found out staff gathered them up, put them together, and took them to the garage in my home. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. It was in my house. It wasn't out in, like in Mar-a-Lago, in a public place where, and none of it was high classified. Didn't have any
Oh
of
my God, chat! Look at you hitting a 5x combo. That's higher than I've seen in a long time. Good job, folks.
that red stuff on it. You know what I mean? Around the corners? None of that. And so I wish I had paid more attention to how the documents were being moved and where. I thought they were being moved to the archives. I thought all of it was being moved. That's what I thought. Now, what was the last part of your question?
Whether a special counsel should have been appointed in this case and in the case of your rival president, former
I
president.
think a special counsel should have been appointed. And the reason I think a special counsel should have been appointed is because I did not want to be in a position that they looked at Trump and weren't going to look at me, just like they looked at the vice president. And the fact is they made a firm conclusion. I did not break the law, period. Thank you all very, very much.
Yeah, I think he did good here. I think he's been doing good.
The hostage negotiation, look.
Oh, he's coming back for round 2. Ding ding,
I'm
motherfucker.
of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow.
So this is probably why Twitter has been talking a lot about this. The president of Mexico. Yeah, he's talking about Egypt and the Rafah border crossing into Egypt. But like, okay. I'll just give my full thoughts when we finish this, because we have like, I don't know, like 2.5 minutes left or something, okay?
Allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop, number one. Number two, I was also in a position that I'm the guy that made the case that we have to do much more to increase the amount of material going in, including fuel, including other items. I've been on the phone with the Qataris, I've been on the phone with the Egyptians, I've been on the phone with the Saudis to get as much aid as we possibly can into Gaza. There are innocent people, innocent women and children who are also in badly in need of help. And so that's what we're pushing. And I'm pushing very hard now to deal with this hostage ceasefire, because I've been working tirelessly in this deal. How can I say this without revealing it? To lead to a sustained pause in...
Was he not supposed to say ceasefire? Like earlier? Yeah, he already said it, right? Right? That was he wasn't supposed to say that. Oh no.
Hard now to deal with this hostage ceasefire, because I've been working.
Dude. He accidentally called for a ceasefire. How is Twitter not talking about this? How is Twitter not going nuts about the president? Like basically saying, yeah, we're calling for a ceasefire, and then being like, oh, how do I say this without saying ceasefire?
Working tirelessly in this deal. How can I say this without revealing it?
Without
to
revealing.
lead to a sustained pause in the fighting, in the actions taking place in the Gaza Strip. And because I think if we can get the delay for that...
He had to reboot his self-censorship system.
The initial delay, I think that we would be able to extend that so that we could increase the prospect that this fighting in Gaza changes. There's also negotiations. You may recall, in the very beginning, right before Hamas attacked, I was in contact.
Can I just say that one of the funniest things is going to be that, like, in the upcoming election, some poor sod who's on like the social media team for Joe Biden is going to have to like very calmly explain to their superiors that like the reason Dark Brandon is a meme is because people are wishfully imagining Joe Biden to be cooler than he actually is. And maybe like this shouldn't be played into when you're not actually delivering on your promises, and that's kind of the premise of the meme. Oh god.
Contact with the Saudis and others to work out a deal where they would recognize Israel's right to exist, make them part of the Middle East, and recognize them fully in return for certain things that the United States would commit to do. And the commitment that we were proposing to do related to two items. I'm not going to go in detail, but one of them was to deal with the protection against their arch enemy to the northwest, northeast, I should say. The second one, by providing ammunition and material for them to defend themselves. Coincidentally, that's the time frame when this broke out. I have no proof what I'm about to say, but it's not unreasonable to suspect that the Hamas understood what was about to take place and wanted to break it up before it happened.
Yeah, no, I actually pretty pretty reasonable deduction there on Joe Biden's part. So, like, definitely part of the reason Hamas attacked had to do with ruining the Saudi Arabian-Israel, like, peace agreements. Yeah, the Saudi normalization is exactly what he's talking about. Can we rewind that last part?
That the Hamas understood what was about to take place and wanted to break it up before it happened.
Yeah. Okay, so, like, just a couple things here, right? People are saying, like, this is evidence of him being a soup brain. I don't think he's a full-on soup brain goblin. I was being hyperbolic at the beginning, right? But one thing that Joe Biden does struggle with for real life is a strong and persistent stuttering speech impediment, right? It's really hard to just overcome that, and considering that he has a very severe stutter, like that's usually what causes like his like speaking flubs, right? Additionally, I just found this out. I don't know how true this is, but apparently there's a long-running meme in, like, on Egyptian social media that calls President al-Sisi the Mexican. I don't know if Biden would be aware of that or not, but, like, it could also just be, like, a association that unfortunately came out. It's true. They call him El Mexiki. Oh, El Mexiki. Okay. Yeah, no, for real. That is a thing. I'm just gonna look that up just to confirm. El. Oh shit. Yeah, here. For those wondering, Egypt is a dictatorship ruled by Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. True. You can't criticize the president freely, so Egyptians started calling him El-Mexiqui, the Mexican in Arabic, because it sounds like El-Sisi, so they can avoid censorship and criticize him freely. Which, by the way, if you all remember Bassem Youssef, that's what made Bassem Youssef really impressive, because even though Egypt has those laws, he still spoke out against the government. Yeah. So I don't know if this would be like an association that Biden would be aware of. It might be something that he would be briefed on, perhaps. So I have no idea. It could also just be like a stutter flub. So, like, I don't see anything sinister in this. If I'm being completely honest, like, I think that he's older. It slows you down a little bit. But I think if you like look at what Donald Trump says and compare it to, like, Biden, and when Biden actually talks about things. Trump is like watching the verbal communication equivalent of a monkey throwing shit at a wall. Okay, like he's just thousand monkeys on typewriters ing it every day, all day. Okay. Oh, that could also be another association there, Micah. Border, Mexico. He's been dealing with the border, like, crisis. It makes sense. There are a lot of like weird intersections here. Beep, beep, beep. He was probably thinking about the southern border with Mexico. I agree, Forlorn. Yeah. Yeah, I think that there are several different associations he could possibly be drawing from. The Mexican border is probably the most likely. But like, yeah. Also, like, I think mostly what Twitter is going off of right now, folks, is like the fact that he gave a press conference talking about memory and then flubbed up a couple like pretty important things. But I do think it's worth mentioning that like that's at the end of this statement. It's off script, you know, like he wasn't prepped for any of that. And as a live streamer, I feel for being in that situation, you know. I don't necessarily put things perfectly the first time. Except, you know, 99.99% of the time, okay? As a fellow melted brain haver, I can relate. I'd also be a good president from a certain point of view. That certain point of view being... God damn it. So, yeah, that's my take on that. I felt like we had to cover that because everyone's talking about it. Folks, we've been going for exactly an hour. This is your top of the hour ad break, everybody. Consider dropping some subs or donos because this show is brought to you by viewers like you, and without your support, I would not be able to continue making this show. So maybe we can see some BWA energy or find some Oilers in the chat. And folks, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and also, if you feel like it, boost the show on social media. Like, share links. Get your friends and family in, okay? Hook Mima up. Let me radicalize her to leftism. All right? It is your top of the hour, and I am topping it. That was a good segment. I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Beep boop boop boop. You can also just retweet my going live tweets. That also helps. Beep boop. Not gonna let myself be topped by just anybody. That's okay. It wasn't a real. It wasn't the real. Wasn't a real offer. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ulersoth. I appreciate the stream likes. It does genuinely help the stream when you guys hit the like button. Everyone knows Jack is a bottom. See, that's what you think, and then I just turn the tables on you in a zesty manner, okay? That's the reality is you think I'm a bottom
My only surviving
until
grandparent was already radicalized after he shot a cop.
Jesus
so have $10
Christ.
instead.
What? What? Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $10 dono. That is an all-time dono message. Can you provide any more any potential like context for that? Are you saying you're a turntable top? Otherwise known as a Switch. What a goddamn message. Also, thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate it. Just casually mention that your granddad murdered a cop and then became a radical leftist. Goddamn. Older people need hobbies. Okay, fair. It's true. I know a weird number of older folks who like are like, fuck it, I'm old. Time to do in your face activism with the cops. You know, I applaud them. Switches are the best, and we know it. It's true. You can take them anywhere. Play at home, play on the go. You can play a Switch anywhere. My maternal grandfather used to be a racist. He's always been violent, has had too many guns. He lives in the woods on a self-sufficient situation. And one time a cop drove onto his driveway, or more, the sheriff. This led my grandpa going to the station and shooting him. What? How did this radicalize him? What? Of all the reasons to shoot a cop, that is wild. You drove your car onto the place where cars are supposed to be driven. I'm going to hunt you for sport. Like, what? Yeah, somehow I feel like I have less context. He left his... Yeah, he went to go hunt a cop. What the hell? My home is my castle. Once you set foot on it, you forfeit your life. Oh my god. Hey, Ellipsis. Something bringing home the bacon? Hell yeah. Wait a minute. I thought you were talking about yourself. I retract my statement. No, not condoning this course of action. Is your grandfather the Grudge? Guys, you guys are really funny today. He was radicalized into going left because instead of getting jail time, he was given anger management courses and was put on Obamacare. He turned left because he realized his white privilege made his escape made him he shot a wait. He left his property, shot a cop in the police station for driving onto his driveway, and then he didn't get jail time for shooting a cop? How? That's like, I know white privilege can play a role. I didn't realize it literally was like plot armor. My god. He went to the police station, shot a cop, and got no jail time. That is insane. All he got was anger management courses. Oh my god. He only shot him in the leg. It was more like everyone in town was like, oh, Vlad finally shot someone. But, I mean, even if you shoot a cop in the leg, usually the cop has friends who are gonna hunt you down. You know, thin blue line and all that. That's wild. Yeah, maybe the cop who got shot was just like, no, I deserved that. I drove on his driveway after all. Like, there are some small towns that are like that, legitimately. Legitimately. My god. He was also the former sheriff in the 70s. Oh, okay. It does help that he was the former sheriff. So this, okay, this story is wild, Lily Love Stuff. Thank you for sharing it. I don't know how to react to it appropriately, but we're gonna move on now. Oh, if we're gonna talk about flubs from a couple days ago.
A couple of things clear here, Kristen. You know, we passed the support for Iran many months ago, 3 months ago. Immediately after I became speaker, we sent the necessary resources there.
Oh.
We passed our... Well, let's make a couple of things.
Oh, dude, that's the speaker of the House right there saying that they just passed a bill to fund Iran. Oh my god. Soup brains. Everyone's a soup brain. Honestly, if that anchor was based at all, she would have called him on that. Meet the Press is such a joke. Guess Mike has dementia now? Yep. That's how it works. It's true. All right. This is just a real small thing because I I saw this floating around and I wanted to talk about it. So there are a couple screenshots from Gina Carano's lawsuit against Disney that are making the rounds. This is the introduction to her lawsuit against Disney. I'm not making this up. It's real. It is wonderfully real. Introduction. A short time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, defendants made it clear that only one orthodoxy in thought, speech, or action was acceptable in their empire, and that those who dared to question or failed to fully comply would not be tolerated. And so it was with Carano. After 2 highly acclaimed seasons on The Mandalorian as Rebel Ranger Cara Dune, Carano was terminated from her role as swiftly as her character's peaceful home planet of Alderaan was destroyed by the Death Star in an earlier Star Wars film, dude. Dude, they submitted this to the court. They submitted this to the court. This is real. It gets worse. It gets so much worse and better at the same time. All this because she dared voice her own opinions on social media platforms and elsewhere, and stood up to the online bully mob who demanded her compliance with their extreme progressive ideology. Can I just, like... I'm just gonna Google Gina Carano Republicans Holocaust, okay? Just real quick. Just real quick. Oh, look. Let's see. Do we have the social media post embedded? It would be really nice. Okay, well, here's the Independent from a couple years ago. Gina Carano says she wasn't comparing Republicans to Jewish people in the Holocaust in social media post, which is absolutely what she was doing. Do they have a screenshot? Please. Is it right here? Oh, come on, embed it. You know you want to. After she shared a post... oh, God. Okay. Oh, here we go. Carano, a vocal supporter of Donald Trump, fell under heavy criticism after she posted that, quote, Jews were beaten in the streets, not by Nazi soldiers, but by their neighbors, even by children. Because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? And she said this in the context of, posting MAGA content. Wild stuff, dude. Wild stuff. So yeah, she was kind of being it's a little cagey. Which views were she fired for here? Defendants' wrath over their employees' social media posts also differed depending on sex. Even though, quote, the force is female, unquote, defendants chose to target a woman while looking at the other way when it came to men. While Carano was fired, defendants took no action against male actors who took equally or more vigorous and controversial positions on social media. But the rule of law still reigns over the defendant's empire, and Carano has returned to demand that they be held accountable for their bullying, discriminatory, and retaliatory actions that inflicted immense suffering. God, dude. God, dude. Like, my God. But you guys aren't ready. You guys aren't ready for this next page that I'm about to show, okay? Not a single goddamn one of you is prepared, okay? On June 27th, Pedro Pascal posted 2 Disney-owned Muppet characters, Bert and Ernie, as activists waving a transgender and LGBTQ+ pride flag and promoting Black Lives Matter and defund the police. Upon information and belief, Pascal was not disciplined, required to review documentaries of any of those topics, or speak to individuals with contrary points of view, or pressured to apologize for any of his posts. His employment was not terminated, and defendants made no public statements about his social media posts, much less refer to them as abhorrent. No, it's literally listed in the lawsuit. No. The point isn't that Bert and Ernie are owned by Disney. The point is that Pedro Pascal is sharing his points of view on social media, and he isn't being punished for it. Like, what did you want him to do, Gina Carano? Did you want this a gay person to talk to a homophobe? Like, do you want them to talk to who do you want them to talk to? Oh yeah, we'll just call up a member. You know, the KKK really hate gay people too. Let's just call up the KKK and have them talk to Pedro Pascal. That's the only way it could be equivalent. What the hell? And it's pretty obvious what the difference is, right? On the one hand, you have someone posting that, like, being a Republican is like being a Jew during the Holocaust. You know, that's something that would lose the company money. As opposed to, like, you know, Black Lives Matter, one of the most popularly acclaimed slogans of, like, our lifetimes. And, like, queer rights, which is pretty accepted by the vast majority of people in the United States. So, like, yeah, this isn't going to cost them money. It's not going to, people aren't going to see that and then en masse not watch Mandalorian. That's the difference. The company that wants to make money and has hired actors, both as actors in their things and as people to, you know, market their product, don't want their advertisers, essentially, to go out there and associate their product with, like, the Holocaust. My God. It's not that hard. But I did find it very, very funny. This is all very funny to me. Yeah, we made this guy who loves his trans sister talk to, like, gender criticals. Yeah, the only way this is at all equitable is if Pedro Pascal personally has to talk to it, like, has to sit in a locked room with J.K. Rowling. My goodness. Pedro Pascal is a treasure. He's a very nice man. Like, I know a couple people who've talked to him and, like, interacted with him personally, and, like, by all accounts, just an aces kind of guy. Oh yeah, no, Amir Al-Paslan, absolutely. The reason this lawsuit is going forward is because every single one of the movies she did with Daily Wire has been an absolute flop. Terror on the Prairie, I think, was her last film. Like, made like $100 total. Like, it's crazy. And by the way, that's how you can tell that, like, the Daily Wire is funded by billionaires. They will literally just throw money into a dumpster. Hey, Ivy Nova, how you doing? Also, hello, Sean Florida. No, this is live. It is indeed live. Talking about all kinds of things. It's just that the chat on screen is over on riverboat.gg, which you can join. Just type that into your browser. For free, come on over. And when you like sub and dono through the website, I get 100% of your subs and donos as opposed to 70% on YouTube or 50% on Twitch. So, yeah. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Working on getting my makeup on for work tonight? Hell yeah. I should set like a sub goal for like putting on my makeup. Wait, Redbox won't carry Daily Wire movies? That's funny as hell. Join if you want to watch Gordos later. True. We will likely be watching those later if we can get through all of our content. Just real quick, like, to reinforce my point from earlier this evening, right? Even if Joe Biden was like a mental vegetable, right, and was like being puppeteered around the White House, you know, I would still say you should vote for him, because if you don't, things like this are going to become more commonplace and even possibly federalized. So, this is a Republican senator in Missouri named Mike Moon, who put into an amendment essentially saying, no funds collected as a result of the assessment of MO Health Net providers pursuant to sections blah, 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 shall be used as reimbursement for healthcare services provided to a woman if she received an abortion as defined in section blah for reasons other than medical emergency as defined in section blah. While a recipient of Missouri Health Net benefits under subdivision 28 of subsection 1 of subsection blah, or subdivision blah of subsection blah, 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 blah. Basically, this amendment allows them to cut you off from healthcare insurance if you have ever gotten an abortion. Ever. Like, if you got an abortion while they were legal, this bill would still cut you off from accessing Medicaid. It's crazy, dude. And by the way, Mike Moon is one of the worst people in politics. And, like, he's a state-level guy, but, like, I know how terrible he is, and I'm not in Missouri, you know? He's, like, legitimately someone needs to look at what's on his hard drive kind of guy. You know, that's the kind of guy he is.
Ooh, shinny button.
Like, he literally supports the ability, he literally supports legislation for 12-year-olds to be able to marry. It's insane, dude. Missouri lawmaker defends 12-year-olds getting married. One GOP Missouri lawmaker defended a 12-year-old's right to get married during a debate about anti-transgender care legislation earlier this week. Missouri State Senator Mike Moon said on the floor Tuesday that he knew at least one person who got married at 12 years old, and followed up with a comment of, guess what, they're still married. Which is maybe the grossest thing I've ever heard in my life. Well, I know this person who got married at 12 years old, and they have never gotten a divorce. Is not really a thing I think is good, actually. I just, like, my God. Is there actual video? Can we watch the video of it?
I've heard you talk about parents' rights to raise their kids how they want. In fact, I just double-checked. You voted no on making it illegal for kids to be married to adults at the age of 12 if their parents consented to it. You said actually that should be the law because it's the parents' right and the kids' right to decide what's best for them, to be raped by an adult. Okay?
Do you know any kids who have been
With
married
marriage.
at age 12?
That was the law.
do you know any
You voted
kids-
not to change it.
Do you know any kids who have been married at age 12?
I don't need to.
I do. And guess what? They're still married.
Gentlemen.
Republicans are gross, dude. God. What do you think of Biden's memory? We went over that story earlier. We went over the press conference. Frankly, I think it's a pretty innocent flub. Man has like a lifelong severe speech impediment. It's not surprising. He stumbles over his words when he's 80 years old. But like, I think the more interesting flub in that entire thing was when he said he was negotiating a hostage ceasefire deal and then tried to not say the word ceasefire. I thought that was more interesting. But when it comes to like memory issues, frankly, I don't care. I don't care. We've literally had presidents that were mentally incompetent to hold the office. Looking at you, Reagan, and it's fine. Okay, they'll like really. It's not a deciding factor for me at all. Their policy is what decides it for me. Shouldn't we try to look elsewhere for the sake of all Americans? Sure, but you know what? The time period to do that was like 2 years ago. You know that's the main issue I have is like, the time period for us to find not Biden and get them to run was 2 years ago. Like that's not an option anymore. The primary's done. Like it's done. He's the guy in 2024. I wish I had $1 million. I don't. They're too tough nuts. Like that, and that's part of what frustrates me. We have this talk every time like a general election rolls around, and people are like, "Hey, I hate the two-party duopoly." And I'm like, "Me too." And they're like, "So you shouldn't vote." I'm like, "No. If you want a multi-party system, you have to get involved on the state level and get ranked choice voting. Because if you don't do that, then we're never going to have multi-parties. And trying to stick it to the Democrats by not voting only empowers their opposition. God damn it. Do the work. Do the goddamn work. The time to do the work was years ago, not now. Now it's too late. Now the work in front of us is getting like a neoliberal vegetable into office. That's the work we have to do now. God damn it. And I'm not happy about it. It makes my job a lot harder. Yeah, like it's so hard. We go through this every 4 years. It's so hard to convince you people that you should go vote, and that like that should be the extent of your activism. Yeah, Marianne Williamson was a progressive option, but like again, the time for her to be running was like a year ago, and like, if we're going to be honest, she had none of the institutional support or favors that Bernie had built up over like a 60-year-long career in politics. You know? So yeah, the window's closed. What are your thoughts though about so many things that Democrats did horrible, like the crime bill? My general thoughts are that I hate Democrats, but I hate Republicans more. So I'm going to vote every time an election comes around for the least bad option. And in the meantime, between those periods where I go vote, I'm going to advocate for better options in primaries or different avenues where you can do things to actually meaningfully build power in your local communities. You know, like, you have to do the work between the elections, you know? Otherwise, yeah, it's not surprising that Democrats are going to do horrible neoliberal shit. You know, like, I fully acknowledge that Biden is terrible. But it would be more terrible for the United States to fall to fascism, so Yeah, that's kind of my stance on it. I don't like Nazis, I don't like fascists, and I think it would actually be bad if those folks controlled the United States, the largest superpower on Earth. So, you know, I feel like that's a pretty encapsulated statement on my position. Yeah, T. Smith, I do like the framing of you're voting for who you would rather be fighting against. And I would rather fight against Joe Biden, a weak old man, than Donald Trump, also a weak old man, but also a fascist. So that's my general position. Okay. This is a story that I find personally baffling with my background. Can you help understand why they call them fascists? Like, break down exactly why they do to be fascists? Well, since you got me in a break between different stories, sure. Now, I would really recommend reading Umberto Eco's essay called Fascism, okay? Fascism is like kind of the starting point for any definition of what fascism is as a political ideology. It's also like 25 pages. It's not very long. And Umberto Eco is like a sociologist, I believe. I might be wrong on that one. Who lived through Mussolini in Italy and the dictatorship of Mussolini. And so, like, when you go through his essay is basically about outlining the 14 different aspects of what compromise fascism as a political ideology, and it's pretty digestible. So let's just take a look at them real quick. Umberto Eco, there we go. There you go. You got Umberto Eco here. Here they are all summed up. So you got a cult of tradition. You've got a rejection of modernism. You've got the cult of action for action's sake. You've got disagreement is treason. You've got fear of difference. You've got appeal to social frustration. You've got obsession with a plot. You got the rhetoric of your enemy is both strong and weak. You've got pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. You've got contempt for the weak. You've got everyone is educated to become a hero, basically creating like a personality cult that indoctrinates people to, kill themselves for the greater good or greater perceived good within this fascist society. You've got machismo and weaponry, the venerating of like, a toxically masculine ideal that is violent. You've got selective populism, and then you've got newspeak, which is essentially shortening, chopping up the language to make it so simplistic that it is incapable of conveying resistance against the greater whole. So, like, literally every single one of these points applies to the current mainstream GOP under Donald Trump. If there are any of them that confuse you, I'd be happy to talk about them at length. But, yeah. Your jaw is strong as shit? Damn straight. Gonna crack your fist on it if you try and punch it. Man, we've been getting a lot of transphobes. It's wild. So, yeah, I hope that clears up why I call them fascists. They literally check off all of the boxes and definitions of fascism. So during his 2016-2020 reign, can you tell some of the things that happened that were fascist? Well, I can just point to you like several of the things he's doing right now that recently that are fascist. For example, he did the whole "I'm going to suspend the Constitution if I am elected president." For example, he talked about how he was going to eradicate LGBTQ people in his first week of presidency. He has talked about all of these things ad nauseum, constantly in his rhetoric. The entire Project 2025 is emblematic of it. The policies that he pursues are emblematic of it. The fact that he tried to do a soft coup is emblematic of it. Like it's not that complicated. Again, I would encourage you to read Umberto Eco's Fascism, which, you know, I'll do the work for you. Fascism, Umberto Eco. Full text, because you can just get it for free. Here you go. Here's the full text of Fascism. Just gonna copy and paste that, and y'all can read that at your leisure. Do we no longer have the command? I don't know if it's been reinstated yet. No. But yeah, no, like he is, I mean, we can just go through like the cult of tradition, literally the Project 1619, or not Project 1619, Project 1776 was his effort to reform education, to venerate like the tradition of America. You've got the rejection of modernism. Literally every single Trump supporter does this. It's deeply, deeply embedded in the Republican ideology. Why has it gotten so that both sides just scream at each other? Well, largely that's a result of capitalism isolating and breaking apart people into separate demographics that can be marketed to more effectively. Frankly, if you want the answer, it's capitalism. It's capitalism targeting different media demographics and creating different media perceptions of reality. If you watch only Fox News, Breitbart, etc., Newsmax, you're going to have an alien perception of the world. You know, if you go and watch the stuff from the Church Militant, you know, that's been gaining viewers, you're gonna find people who have a very different view of the world, and largely this is a result of like breaking down the market into people who are more susceptible to certain messages than others. Why can't we just sit down and discuss each other's opposing views and come to a happy medium? Because frankly, there are some issues where you can't do that, right? Like, if I were to sit down and talk to a transphobe doesn't want me to have any civil liberties or rights to exist, right? Transphobes don't want that. Racists don't want black people to have any rights. So, like, there are certain issues where you can't actually, like, sit down and find a happy medium, because the happy medium is just, oh, you want some racism. You only want to give some civil liberties to black people, you know? I think what we're running into here is analogous to, as some people in chat have pointed out, the paradox of tolerance, right? The idea that you can have a tolerant society, but by the very nature of tolerance itself existing, you cannot accept or bridge intolerance of those different than you, you know? So you have to figure out who will you ostracize? You know? Who will you ostracize? And frankly, I think the answer is pretty clear that we should ostracize racists. We should ostracize transphobes. We should ostracize bigots. And I think that's good, actually. My butthole is not tolerant. Hell yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, do I compromise with transphobes and only get half of my medication? What about middle lefts and middle rights? What does that even mean? Like, what when you say middle lefts and middle rights, what does that actually mean? Right? That doesn't mean anything. Talk about actual policy. Yeah, we'll only have half an abortion. It'll be fine. Think he means centrists? Well, yeah, but like as like a leftist, my job is to move centrists. Centrists want the status quo. Literally, the job is to, like, as a leftist that I have, is moving the status quo to the left. You know, like what about them? Ooh, Holly Hopes, congrats on getting your minty spironolactone. Also, congrats to 9 years on HRT. That's an accomplishment. All right. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Do a little story here as a treat. So, folks, one thing that, like, befuddles me, right? Yo, Penny!
Minty button.
Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Holly Hoomst. I appreciate it. And, folks, just a reminder, I thrive and am able to exist because of your subs and donos, so thank you very much to people who've supported the stream today. Penny, Lily Love Stuff, Catalina Gearbox, Ashley, thank you all for supporting the stream and helping me to continue living. All right. So, this was just really interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Jesuits in the U.S. bolster outreach initiative aimed at encouraging LGBTQ plus Catholics, which is wild. Because the Jesuits, by my understanding, are like some of the farthest right, like the most conservative folks. You know? Like, this is wild stuff. But the fact that if this is true, the Jesuits, moving to accept LGBTQ plus Catholics, that's both very interesting for the overall Catholic Church, for sure. Even as Catholic dogma continues to repudiate same-sex marriage and gender transition, one of the most prominent religious orders in the United States, the Jesuits, is strengthening a unique outreach program for LGBTQ Catholics. The initiative, fittingly called Outreach, was founded 2 years ago by Reverend James Martin, a Jesuit who is one of the country's most prominent advocates for greater LGBTQ plus inclusion in the Catholic Church. Let's see. So what does it actually do? Sponsors conferences. Let's see. On Tuesday, there was another milestone for Outreach, the appointment of journalist and author Michael O'Loughlin as its first executive director. He's a former staff writer at the online newspaper Crux, been national correspondent at America. He's the author of a book recounting the various ways that Catholics in the U.S. responded to the AIDS crisis in the 80s and 90s. This is true, by the way. There were known Catholic churches that would basically serve as refuges for queer people during the AIDS epidemic. A lot of those churches are still pretty like beloved LGBTQ icons to this day. Like it's an unlikely alliance for sure, but you know, in the 80s and 90s, there was a decent chance if you got AIDS, you'd be kicked out and like ostracized by everyone you know? So, yeah. Did you miss Gordo's? No, we just have too much to cover today. Unless we get through it all. Let's see. O'Loughlin said, it's an opportunity to highlight the ways LGBT people can be Catholic and active in parishes, ministries, and charities. There's a lot of fear about being too public about it. I want them to realize they're not alone. O'Loughlin says his current outlook evolved as he traveled to scores of places around the U.S. to promote his book, talking to groups of LGBTQ plus Catholics and their families and friends about how to make the church more welcoming to them. This seems like possibly this guy could get stuff into the Pope's ear. Yeah, Pope Francis, a Jesuit who has met with Martin and sent letters of support to outreach, has made it clear he favors a more welcoming approach to LGBTQ plus people. Oh man, I can hear the Nazis seething. Okay, the recent Catholic converts. I can just I can feel it in the force. You know, it's tangible to me. It has a taste. My God. And you know what? Like, good. You know? Manic Jack Attack, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub over on Twitch. Also, Omega Star, thank you for the $1.99 super chat over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah. So I didn't really know what to make of this, but I think overall it's just another kind of piece in the the machinery, the ancient, decrepit Warhammer 40K like machinery and bureaucracy of the Catholic Church. Just another like small creak as it like steps forward into the modern day. You know, I think it's great. I think it's great. Let the tradcaths cope and seethe in their bigotry. Hey, Ivy Nova, how you doing? This is true. I'm in the same room as Jesus. Oh, are you two? Ah, you're two an item. That's awesome. Love it when couples watch Riverboat Jack together. In 99.99% of cases. My joke fizzled out halfway through. I'm not going to end it. That's what you get when you get a Latin American Pope. People forget that a lot of those leftists in South America that the U.S. government was funding the murder and torture of were Catholic clergy. True. Okay, I don't need to know that you guys had good sex with Vaughn in the background, but congratulations on the sex having. That's wonderful. You know, the couples who watch Riverboat Jack together stay together. My oldest viewers have been married 50 years. All right. Hey, Build-A-Dog, how you doing? Let's see, hard to explain in writing, but let me try without seeming to offend. There are plenty of people on the right that aren't transphobes. Same way plenty on the left that don't care if people are Bible thumping in their churches. Example, I live in a predominantly older conservative county or country. Almost everyone I talk to could care less if people are trans, gay, straight, abort babies. They just want to live their lives. Well, see, that's the thing. For those people, I have good arguments. You know, if you want less oversight of your life, if you want more freedom, if you just want to live your life to the maximum potential, right? Then you should be a leftist. That's the thing. You should be a leftist. You should be pro-worker. You should be in favor of things like Medicare for all. It literally puts less of a financial burden on you. It gives you more money to throw around while also being completely covered if you get cancer or like some weird, strange disease that you need to be in, like, put in a hospital for like the next 30 years, you know? Like, my argument for people who just want to live and let live is that they should be lefties. You know? They should want to live in a world where, like, you know, workers have, you know, have agency within their own companies, where workers are paid like a fair, like, compensation for their labor, where workers control their workplaces. You know? If you want to live and let live, you should not want to live your entire working life under the thumb of a boss who's like skimming you and screwing you over and skimming from your wages, doing wage theft, who's controlling what you do at work, who tells you that you need to lick a doorknob or you're going to get fired, you know? And the answer to that is either unions or democratic worker co-ops. We have options. And that's why I advocate for people to be leftists. Not just because, like, oh, well, you know, you should love gay people and trans people. And you should. But I understand that for, like, people who are kind of in the middle, who just want to live and let live and don't really give a shit about, like, human rights or whatever, they should be leftists because leftism personally benefits them and also benefits everybody else. So, yeah, nah. Boop, 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 boop. You know, like, I don't know. We overthrew kings to form America. Why should we not overthrow bosses to form a more perfect union? I don't know, just my take. Okay, I did want to talk about this. I was going to talk about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it today, okay? So even though Donald Trump has lost in the appeals court when it comes to, like, him having presidential immunity to not be, you know, like, basically he can kill anyone, he can do political assassinations, it's fine. He has presidential immunity. Even though that was struck down in an appeals court case, and it's now going to the Supreme Court, even though that happened, he still wants to use it in other cases that he's currently fighting. And also, I guess he fired Alina Habba, which, you know, he should have done a while back, but, you know, the hindsight's 20/20. In a filing Tuesday, Trump's attorneys asked Judge Eileen Cannon, who is presiding over the Florida case, for more time to follow certain pretrial motions they're considering, including to suppress discovery and allege prosecutorial misconduct. The attorneys also say they expect to file legal arguments on presidential immunity in the case, a defense that was decidedly tossed out of the D.C. District Court of Appeals on Tuesday. So, yeah, like, he's like, well, I might not have had presidential immunity for January 6th, but I might have it for illegally keeping state nuclear secrets in my club on a stage during a party where people were at. He fired her like almost a week ago, like 5 days ago, I think. I can't wait for this to be struck down in the Supreme Court, and then, like, he has that his entire case now hinges on that in Florida, and it just suddenly falls apart. That'd be great. That'd be great. Sean, Florida, of course, not everyone on the left is all good, and not everyone on the right is all bad. But you can understand where I'm coming from, right? Like, from my point of view, people who want me to not have civil rights are bad people. And frankly, that's the majority of the Republican Party. So, like, it's not 100% of the Republican Party, but it is the majority of the Republican Party. Let's see. Yeah, he was also not president when he was charged with keeping those documents. Or when he had those documents and refused to give them back. Like, if I'm in a room and like 80% of the people in that room want to kill me, I'm probably going to consider 80% of the people in that room to be bad people, and the people who are friends with those folks, also bad people, even if they don't personally want to kill me. I think that's kind of the logic that's going on here, as opposed to like people on the left who are like, hey, even though you want to kill me, I don't want to kill you. Like, I'm pretty heavily embedded in these leftist spaces. There is not anywhere close to a majority of leftists who want to, like, murder every racist. There's no one calling for mass slaughter of Republicans. Or, like, Republicans who support, like, anti-woke bills or whatever. You know, that's not a thing. So, again, what you're doing here is, like, drawing, like, this false equivalence between these two, like, political sides. These two, like the right wants to kill people like me. The left wants to give everybody free healthcare. Like, these are not equivalent sides ideologically. They want very different things. And I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, some horseshoes are made without symmetry. And I don't even subscribe to horseshoe theory, so. But I will say, like, yeah. No, I'm not going to say that. No TOS Reno today. You're not going to get me. However, we have been going now for 2 hours, folks. And it would be lovely to see some subs or donos. Do we have any Oilers out in the audience tonight? Do we have any BWA energy havers? Do we have any folks out there brave enough and not transphobic enough to drop some subs and donos? That's right. If you're not subbing and donoing to riverboat.gg, you're transphobic. Them's the rules. So far tonight, only Penny, Lily Lovestuff, Catalina Gearbox, and Ashley J. Curtis are free of the blight of transphobia. At least over on riverboat.gg. Over on YouTube, Omega Star is the only one not guilty of transphobia. It's true. It's true. Maniac Jack Attack over on Twitch is the only one free from this bigotry. Where/when can you pinpoint where and why it got so overly aggressive with them versus them and nobody can just talk about it? It's because, again, capitalism, in the age of social media especially, prioritizes more and more shocking and eye-catching headlines. That's what drives money, right?
Jack feeds on your money and she is starving.
It's true, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you for the $5 dono. And folks, remember to like the stream, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button, or hit the follow button over on Twitch. Do the things. Do the things. I mean, that's a very complicated question, Sean Florida, but in a nutshell, right? You can thank Reagan. If I'm going to condense it, Reagan set into motion a set of circumstances that have gone on to shape the modern economic and social era in ways that lead to this kind of polarization, right? So basically, you can see that right around the time Reagan started instituting economic reforms, for example, housing prices started just exponentially booming. You also saw the difference between profit margins for companies and wages paid out to workers, like diverging significantly because companies were able to essentially decouple the wages and the real value of the wages that they paid workers from the profiting of the company. You know, the age of being able to work at the car manufacturing plant and be able to own like a home with 2 cars and like, you know, have the kids, the American dream, all of that went away. And that's entirely due to Reagan breaking union power, and doing a lot of things to basically ruin the economy. You'll also learn about something called the Laffer curve, which has unbearably destroyed our entire economic system. So, yeah, in the 90s, we were still living in kind of a bubble era, right? But the bubble burst with kind of the dot-com bust, essentially. And we've just had economic recession after economic recession after economic recession, largely due to the fact that Reagan and the deregulation he put into effect following his tenure as president has led to a decline in like safety regulations, a decline in both like economic, environmental, job-related, etc. And the lack of those regulations has led to more and more speculative investment that leads to kind of this boom and bust type of system that we see today. And what you find when you have kind of a boom and bust capitalist system is that essentially people with a lot of money who can afford to go bust, well, they just buy up everything when the market bottoms out. So they just look at it as a sale. They withhold their money, let the market bottom out, then they put their money in again and they make a whole lot more money. It consolidates the wealth into the hands of, you know, not that many people. And this consolidated wealth then goes on.
You don't hate Mondays, you hate capitalism. Join an organizing group today or start a worker cooperative so you can hate it less.
True. GamerG, thank you for the $5 dono, the truth you're spitting, and also for not being transphobic. Thank you. So you have this boom and bust, the accumulation of wealth, and then you also have the advent, due to the deregulation, is my understanding, of like things like 24-hour news service, cable, etc. And that's when you get kind of the rise of these media empires that thrive on shocking headlines, on hyperbole, on rhetoric that is constantly being amped up. And what you see is essentially the rise of figures like Rupert Murdoch and Fox News. And what has happened increasingly over time is that we have these wealthy people who have consolidated amounts of wealth who are able to funnel that money into media projects, like things like the Daily Wire, for example, that can lose billions and billions of dollars. Daily Wire never has to turn a profit because it is backed up by billionaire fracking families, right? And we have that sort of media system over on the right. Meanwhile, what is considered lefty or like left-leaning or even just kind of center of the road places like the New York Times have to like still maintain a tether to reality, which means that like you don't usually see the New York Times being overly hyperbolic. They kind of try and set a certain standards for sobriety in their reportage. But then you have conservative media that, in the pursuit of both profit and ideological reasons, for example, the billionaire fracking families fund the Daily Wire, and you'll find the Daily Wire is saying a lot of interesting things about climate change, a lot of interesting things about oil, a lot of interesting things about fracking, right? So you have either this pursuit of profit by these untethered media organizations that grew out of the result of the deregulation of Reagan, or you have ideologically motivated outlets, right? Like an example of maybe like a more left-leaning source that does this as well might be the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos. The difference is Jeff Bezos owning the Washington Post still allows a general neoliberal bend to their reporting, but he controls very tightly what they say about Amazon and his businesses, right? So to him, owning and operating the Washington Post is a way to control the media narrative. It's a PR branch for him while also building up media credibility, right? That's the purpose it serves to him. He can use it to further his own like investments, essentially, right? Whereas on the right, you have these media bubbles that have been purposely cultivated for decades now that are no longer really required to be tethered to reality at all. You'll have people on the right funded by billionaires talking about how schools are trying to mainstream furries in the LGBTQ movement, and how like schools are now being forced by the insidious gay rights movement and gay rights activists to put litter boxes in classrooms because otherwise the furries will feel left out. Never mind the fact that like furries don't want litter boxes. That's not what a furry does. Never mind the fact that like it's a made-up story by Nazis on 4chan. Never mind the fact that like none of that is actually happening. And yet these stories keep getting reported by far-right outlets. So what we have are like financially motivated billionaires controlling a lot of our media messaging and like for their own ends. The fracking billionaires are not just like investing into the Daily Wire because they like the Daily Wire. They're doing it because they want to, defend their investments. So like this is what makes it really hard to talk to people who exist entirely within those media bubbles. But I think it's a lot easier to talk to people when you boil it down to very specific issues, right? Like, oh, okay, you're a conservative. What do you think about trans people? Right? Like, for me, like, oh, what do you think about trans people? What do you think about like black and brown people? So like when I'm talking one-on-one, if we're actually sitting down to talk about an issue, I care about that stuff a lot. And I think we need better from our peers than just like, oh, I don't care. I don't care if they're gay, straight, black, white. I don't care. Like, we need better because you should care. We should all care about our different circumstances, about our different backgrounds, and how that affects how we're treated in the day-to-day world. You know? Like, my struggle as, like, a white trans woman is not the same struggle that other people have in their day-to-day lives. The color blindness, you know, path has been tried and has failed. Because, again, ignoring systemic differences doesn't actually address those differences. Doesn't actually address how, like, I can walk into a store that's, like, moderately nice and not be, like, followed around by, like, the store security, not be asked to, like, take off my shoes and, like, pour my belongings out of my purse when I leave. You know, that's something I don't have to deal with. But other people do. For other people, that's every time they go into a store. For other people, like, that's just life. So, like, yeah, I think this stuff is important to talk about, and I think that's what makes it so hard to talk to somebody who's in one of those, like, specifically, and there are different, like, media bubbles for sure. Like, neoliberals live in a very different media bubble from me. Conservatives live in a very different media bubble from me. But it's really hard. It's easier for me to talk to neoliberals than it is to talk to conservatives who think that, like, black people being discriminated against was a thing that ended, like, 60 years ago. It's a lot harder for me to talk to a conservative who thinks that, like, trans people shouldn't have civil rights. Like, I'm not gonna sit and be, like, disrespected and hated by, like, a stranger to talk about, how I should not be allowed to exist in their ideal version of America. So, yeah, the civility ends when people want me to die or want me to roll over and have my rights stripped away. The issue is, Sean Florida, I think a lot of people who say, no bother to me, let them live and be happy, I think that there are a not insignificant number of them who don't actually mean that, you know? And I say that as somebody who grew up, you know, in small towns in the Midwest. You know, there are a lot of people who say they don't care about, you know, the gays or the transes, but it becomes a lot different when the gay person is their son. Or the trans person is their sister. You know, it changes a lot when suddenly there's an openly gay man standing on the other side of your counter trying to, like, buy some gasoline. It changes when suddenly that live and let live mentality is challenged by the existence of somebody different. You know? As a trans person who has been perceived by some to be moderately attractive, like, there are guys on dating apps, you know, back when I was doing those, who would, like, threaten to kill me because they were attracted to me and didn't read my profile and then found out I was trans. Like, that was a thing that would happen. So, don't you think we've all been a bit propagandized on all sides by media? Sure, but like, being propagandized to is not, like, an excuse to believe horrible shit. Like, the other aspect of it is to be able to recognize that we are propagandized to and still be able to get useful information. Right? Like, I recognize that Breitbart is a conservative rag. But you can still use some conservative rags to get actual information. The issue is you need to be able to recognize it as propaganda so you don't just buy, like, all of its messaging hook, line, and sinker. What in your mind is a perfect society? Well, in my mind, a perfect society would be one where we democratically decide what's done with our workplaces. We democratically decide who our leadership is, and we democratically decide how our communities should live. My ideal society is democracy. All I'm asking is for democracy to extend to what is currently tiny little fiefdoms ruled by tiny little tyrants. We just call them companies now. And I want to bring democracy to those feudal institutions. True. Big tyrants in the case of billionaires. True. I'm very much finding this convo with you and the chatter insightful. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Rambe. If you're asking me, like, how we achieve that society, like, what the actual systems look like, I can get into more detail if you'd like. Like, I definitely can. I just want to make sure that, like, frankly, I want to make sure I'm not boring everybody. But I think that in order to have true freedom in society, we need democracy, first and foremost. And then we need to reduce, as much as possible, the coercive element of capital in our society. I don't think people should be, like, forced to do labor that they don't want to do, you know? I think that forcing people to do labor under threat of, like, intense suffering or death is wrong. Whether or not that threat is coming from, like, the barrel of a gun, or coming from, like, you know, exposure to the elements or lack of food and water, you know? So, yeah, in along with democracy in the workplace, democracy in our government, I'd want, like, a system that ensures everyone gets healthcare, a system that ensures everyone has housing, a system that ensures everyone is able to eat, everyone is able to drink clean water. Yeah, these are the things I want for society. I don't think we can have a truly free and equitable society without those things. Like, we need, especially increasingly with, like, climate change, we need, like, even temperature to have a basic degree of certainty, you know? Like, how free can you be if like, when you miss an electricity bill, your AC gets cut off and suddenly you're cooking to death in your apartment? How free can you be if, like, your gas gets cut off and you are freezing to death in your house? Like, I don't think that's very free, right? If your freedom is hinged on those things, then those should be rights. This is what Martin Luther King called for? Absolutely. Hey, live animals. What about any politician, left or right, that has a racial, hateful, or prejudicial mindset years ago? Now suddenly they're a good person. Do you believe and forgive them if they change? I mean, sure, but I have to be reasonably certain that the change is real, right? You know, like, that's the thing. I believe people can change, but I also believe that it's impossible to know if people have actually changed unless we have, you know, actual action behind the change. If the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan comes out and tells me that he's no longer racist, I'm going to want to see some receipts. You know? I think that's a reasonable request. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Thanks for supporting the stream today. Especially given capitalism's role in climate change. Exactly, Twykel. Like, the things that people need to live in a modern society, like baseline subsistence, should be things that are guaranteed to them And I think that this has a lot of benefits for society. Like having your basic rights, your basic goods guaranteed, the things you need to live. I think that allows people to take more risks in society. You know, it allows people to like band together in interesting and new ways they couldn't before. You know, 3 friends starting up like a little roadside diner. A financial risk that if they had taken it before all of these safety nets, like they could die if it doesn't work out. They would be evicted from their apartments. They would be they would lose their heat. They would not be able to afford food. I think by giving these basic concerns and addressing them on a societal level, we can actually free up our world to be more creative, to be more efficient, to be more interested in pursuing our own betterment, right? Because in a world like that, machines wouldn't have, like, automation, AI, those wouldn't necessarily be things to fear, at least from the perspective of, like, you know, a worker, generally. You know, it gets a little bit more nebulous with the direction AI is heading right now, but you know what I mean. Because we get to collectively reap the benefits of that increased efficiency. We get to collectively reap that benefit, instead of that benefit being, you know, siphoned up to the very top of society by the richest people to ever exist on our planet, who are so rich that they are currently plotting their own private missions to other planets to build secret bases in case Earth collapses from all of their, you know, wealth gouging. Also underground bunkers, true. Sorry, New Zealand. I know a lot of your property is being bought up right now by billionaires from America. We are way off from an independent off-world colony. Sure, but the point is, like, they're pouring all of their money into it, you know? It's, I feel like that's a bad sign. What are your thoughts about Biden being anti-black and Clinton being anti-gay marriage years back, and now they're supposedly not? Well, I don't really care about Clinton being, you know, anti-gay years ago, considering neither of the Clintons are in positions of power, and also I hate them anyway. And what are your thoughts about Biden being anti-black? My main point would be that Biden's policies are less anti-black than Trump's. That's basically, whenever the election rolls around, who's gonna do the least amount of harm? It's Biden. It's an easy calculus. You know? Do I like either of them? No, but should you like political candidates? I mean, I guess it'd be nice if you could, but can't remember the last time that really happened. What about 2 poor people that get universal income? One still goes and works hard at a gas station, the other stays home and watches Netflix all day. How do you regulate that? Well, frankly, I don't care if somebody stays home and watches Netflix all day. I think actually we should be striving for a world in which, yeah, you can go and watch Netflix all day, and you don't die as a result. You don't wind up homeless as a result. But I think that obviously in this situation, the guy who goes and works hard at the gas station would make money. Like, just the fact that we're removing the threat of death from the capitalist equation doesn't mean that, like, you don't make money from working. You would have a higher standard of living because you are working a job. Right? Like, that would be kind of the point. The point would be, no matter how poor you are, you don't get turned out into the cold to die. Though the point would be that no matter how poor you are, you can still go to the hospital. You can still get food. You can still get water. These aren't like pie in the sky ideals. You're not eating
Your worth
foie
is not
gras
tied
every
to
day.
how much you can produce.
True, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you for the $5 dono, and thank you for not being transphobic. That's very important, because not being transphobic allows me to live. I'm asking this because I'm intrigued by your thoughts and answers. If we switched over that system tomorrow, how would you fund it for 250 million plus people at once? Well, so here's the thing. I'm not interested in transitioning to that system tomorrow. I think a transition to a system like that would require many decades of effort, you know? I think that this is a system where a transition would take time, you know? So, how do we fund it for 250 million plus people? My main argument would be tax the wealthy. Currently, the wealthy billionaires in America alone wind up not paying... sorry, I think it's the top 0.1... the top 0.01% of America skips out on paying $145 billion in taxes every year. Every year. They just don't pay it. They just calculate their income a total of $145 billion short. How would we fund this? You tax them fully, close the loopholes, actually pursue their tax fraud against the American people, and then you tax them more, because we're currently taxing the wealthiest people to ever exist at a third of the taxation rate we did, 80 years ago. So tax them. Tax churches over a certain size. Tax people who are currently at the top of society, who are wealthier than any human to ever exist. Tax them. So, you adopt progressive taxation, which is basically the richer you are, the more you get taxed. You can employ different kinds of property taxes on the wealthy. You can tax luxury goods more. There's a lot of different ways you can do this. How can you have faith in the government taking in more taxes and honestly distributing it? It's called democracy. You elect people who will deal honestly with you, who will appoint people who will deal honestly. That means you have to actually roll up your sleeves and get invested into the day-to-day grind of doing politics, of actually getting out there and doing activism to get people you can trust into office. You fight on a state-by-state level to call a continental, not continental Congress, a congressional convention, constitutional convention, there we go, to do an amendment to the Constitution to ban lobbying, Convince your friends and family to vote for more left-leaning politicians, because the biggest grifters in society are Republican politicians, though it is certainly a huge problem with left-leaning politicians as well. Demand transparency. Demand accountability. Ask more from your elected officials. Be a pain in their ass. Shai Halud, thank you for the $75 dono. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for that incredibly generous drop. You are hereby officially not transphobic. Okay, that was an official gesture. Not everyone gets that. Go in peace, my child. Like, have you ever looked into places that had zero taxes on corporations and then they implemented more taxes, like Puerto Rico in the 80s and 90s? Yeah, but the issue is Puerto Rico got completely fucked by their zero taxation on companies. Because what ended up happening was the companies that went to Puerto Rico, when there was zero taxation, right, was that those companies then used their wealth to basically buy the entire government of Puerto Rico, which is exactly how the government is now in the position it's in Puerto Rico, where they are at the behest of private debtors, where, like, the electricity is turned off because the ghouls, the private companies that moved to Puerto Rico now control, like, the electrical supply, the privatized electrical grid of Puerto Rico. They control the redevelopment of Puerto Rico so that when people's homes are destroyed by hurricanes, they swoop in and buy the property for nothing from people who have just lost everything, and then build luxury resorts on their properties. You know, this is the raping of Puerto Rico. What you're describing here didn't actually help people in Puerto Rico. It doomed them.
Can I be not transphobic too? I've just had a lovely first date, and I'm gonna spend money I don't really have to celebrate. BW Fiang A.
Salmon Moose, congrats on the good first date. And thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. That is very generous in BWA of you. Thank you so much. And you are officially not transphobic. Yeah, like I mean, if you want to compare, like, privatized electrical grids, for example, like, Texas literally kills hundreds of Texans every year because their electrical grid goes down in the wintertime. What happened is all the companies left and the cities were based in went belly up. No. The companies didn't leave. They built billions of dollars in infrastructure in Puerto Rico. They didn't just up and leave. What they did was they bought the government for more and more favorable, like, business deals. And then when the government had to start paying back its debts, they left when the government started raising taxes. Yeah. So the zero taxation game literally just extracted the wealth. Like, it just ruined the credit of Puerto Rico. Because there was no way they could keep the taxation rate at zero while also paying the debts it incurred by having to, like, run a functional society. Like, and because, by the way, this has happened in other states in the United States as well. The issue is Puerto Rico can't declare bankruptcy because it's not a state. Other states in the United States have had similar issues where they cater to corporations. They bend over and spread their ass cheeks for corporations. Georgia just did this with, like, 0% tax, a 0% tax rate, I think, or is that might have been Mississippi, 0% tax rate for Amazon, one of the largest, most valuable companies in the world. 0% tax rate, 0% tax rate for 30 years. Richest company in the world. And you know what's going to happen 30 years from now? They're going to sell their campus and move to a different state. Like, insanity. Just make them pay taxes. The economies and cities they were located are disasters now? Yeah. Because of the companies. They're disasters because of the companies. The government catered to the companies as much as it possibly could, and then they left to go continue making record profits elsewhere. When the Puerto Rican government could no longer sustain the amount of benefits they were just freely giving the companies. They siphoned that wealth from the Puerto Rican people and then left with their bag. And then frankly commodified the natural disasters that followed. There's a term for this, by the way. It's called oh God, what's it called? It's like disaster capitalism, I believe is the term. But it's a common term for places that are frequently hit by natural disasters, whether it's flooding or hurricanes or volcanoes even. So how would we prevent that happening here if all the Fortune 500s leave to India? Build newer, better companies. Like, and here's, oh, also, this is the other thing. The United States is the world superpower. People want to do business here. New York, another example of this is New York City, okay? New York City, okay? One of the most populated cities on the planet. Has an incredibly high taxation rate. But you know what? People still want to live there. Wealthy people still live there. Huge companies still operate out of New York City. Why? Because they like it there. Because they like it there. They don't want to move someplace else. And you know what? If they all did, great. More room for us. Let's build newer, better companies that we don't have to, like, ruin our entire society in order to sustain. It's where all the stuff is. It's where all the people are. Also, by the way, I've looked into this. I've looked into the studies on capitalist flight, it's called. It doesn't happen to the extent that people claim it does. The idea that all of these companies would up and leave, it doesn't happen. And you can see that in places that are already much more highly taxed than the rest of the country. The issue is we need to be putting that tax burden on the wealthy, not on the working class. And increasingly over time, the tax burden has fell in over and over and over again, predominantly on the working class. I think the problem here is we make nothing right now. Well, again, what you're describing is a problem of capitalism. That's capitalism. The reason the United States is not a manufacturing powerhouse anymore is because of capitalism. Because you can move a factory overseas and pay workers, you know, next to nothing. Slave labor wages. Don't you think all working class goods and prices would skyrocket? Well, again, you're making a lot of assumptions. Part of the reason I said I wouldn't want to Thanos snap these changes into existence was precisely to avoid that problem. If you just Thanos snapped all these changes, or if, like, you know, the far left communist uprising happened, you know, I think that it would have an incredibly huge economic impact that would maybe lead to exactly this kind of apocalyptic scenario you're imagining. But what I'm not proposing that, right? What I'm proposing is that over time, we adopt loan policies. Like, we bring back the concept of postal banking. And, you know, people in my chat who have heard me talk about this will be rolling their eyes right about now. But you bring back postal banking. The system we had until the 1960s that turned every post office in America into a bank, so that every post office could offer banking services. Through that, You expand our banking network across the entire country in a way that makes banking accessible to everyone, no matter where they are, no matter how small their community. And on top of that, you introduce loan programs that allow people to create democratic worker co-ops. Because we know from a lot of the research that has been done on the democratic worker co-op model, you get increased productivity, so workers are more productive. You get happier workers because workers collectively own their company and have more agency in how their work is done. And you have better paid workers, because they have agency in how the company is run, so they tend to pay themselves more. It's not instead of having huge profit margins for the people at the very top of the company, they have higher wages for generally everybody in the company, right? So you start a grassroots program accessible to anyone that allows for the formation of these types of companies. And they have a number of benefits beyond that, right? Because if a company, for example, say you have a factory, right? And it's democratically owned by the workers. Do you think those workers are going to vote to move their factory to another country? They're all like hundreds of workers are going to get together and say, yes, we should move this factory to Bangladesh instead of Texas. Okay, we're all collectively voting to move our families, uproot our social lives, and move our factory to Bangladesh and put our workers out of work, or move them overseas. No, democratic worker co-ops don't generally vote to do that. So it keeps businesses local. It also keeps businesses more transparent. Democratic worker co-ops have less incentive to lie on their taxes and to just pay their taxes, because everyone in the company knows the company's financials. Additionally, we could get data from that initial loan program. And by the way, in case you're wondering, hey, that does sound like a good idea, why don't we have those? We do actually have democratic worker loans available. They're just generally available on local levels, from on a county level or like a city level, right? So what this would just be a federalized program that's available to everyone regardless of where they live. And part of the reason for that would be to get data on better ways to form democratic co-ops. Which ways are effective? Which ways aren't? What are the limitations? And by gathering that data, I think we could then find ways to scale that up. One of the things I've talked about many times here is Bernie Sanders' proposed legislation that would basically give workers a right of first refusal, which is essentially that if a private company, if its owner wanted to sell it to someone else, they would first have to offer the company to the workers to collectively buy out. And I think that would be having that law in place would be a way to then slowly convert larger companies into democratic co-ops. And we can get more data on that. And then I think we could expand that legislation in the future to say if a company is too big to fail or deemed too big to fail and it needs a government bailout to continue existing, that government bailout should be contingent on that company then going on to be owned and operated by its workers. Again, for transparency reasons, I think that this is obviously beneficial to everyone, both workers and people who rely on those goods and services, right? And what I've just described to you is kind of the outline for what I call a legislative vice. And over time, that vice will constrict down on private businesses, on privately owned businesses, because generally speaking, I think over time, democratically owned companies are preferable to privately owned companies. I think that that's something that people who experience it come to understand very quickly. You would rather work for the person in your department who is viewed by the people in your department as the most competent person, rather than like some schmuck who was given a job by his dad. So like I think that there are a lot of reasons why over time this democratic business model would win out. So when you're asking me like, oh, what about these Fortune 500 companies who would just up and leave? I think if you did this tomorrow, a lot of them would up and leave. But I'm not talking about a plan that goes into effect tomorrow. I'm talking about a long-term system that sets into motion things that can't be stopped, that transitions us to a new economic model, a new economic paradigm, where the priority isn't moving your factory to the place where you can pay people nothing but gruel in order to continue, making $1 trillion. I think instead we should have a system that works for the people who work there. So those are my politics in a nutshell. Like longer term, like maybe in like 1,000 years we can achieve like something even beyond that. But like in the short term, in like my lifetime, that's what I would like to see happen. And I will be lucky, I think, if we get even, a fraction of those policies in place by the time I die. But I think it's worth fighting for. The same way I think it was worth fighting for thousands of years to overthrow monarchy and get democracy. To overthrow the Lord at the hands of the serf. I think that it is worth fighting for as long as it takes, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, to overthrow the boss at the hand of the worker. So, yeah, you have nothing to lose but your chains.
It's why they call them robber barons. That term needs to come back.
True. Robber baron, I think, is a very good term, calling back earlier to Puerto Rico. I think robber baron is a very good term for the capitalists who went to work there. All right. That again, this is the kind of stuff you guys can get me to rant about forever. Like that's my general political philosophy in a nutshell. And what I just described to you is socialism. Democratically run businesses, that's what socialism is about. Workplaces being democratic, that's what it's all about. It's not about like universal health care. Though I think that is certainly necessary in the long run for a variety of reasons. It's about who controls and owns the capital. And I think workers should do that. This has not been boring at all, IMO, though your community has always seemed to know more than I do. So can't speak for them, but I think the donos speak for themselves. The whole reason I came around, first time you were reading the Communist Manifesto in a sultry voice. Damn, Rambe, I'm glad you enjoyed that. The horniest reading of the Communist Manifesto. Was trying to learn new things and be curious. I've learned from listening to you. I'm thankful the other chatter is asking the questions and not me. Text all complete. I appreciate you saying that, Rambe. I like getting feedback like that because sometimes I do get self-conscious when I'm just sitting in an empty room right now, ranting at a computer. Helps to know that you guys are getting something out of it. Good night, Sean, Florida. Hope you stay well, and hope to see you again. Let's see. Oh, Charlie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Preach it. Thank you, Charlie, and thank you for not being transphobic. I appreciate it. Jack, I want to do a podcast book or something called Socialism for Selfish Pricks Like You and Me. The selfish need persuading too. Let's go. Exactly. Like that's part of the thing, right? Like rising tide lifts all boats. I genuinely think people who are billionaires today would be much happier living in a society like that is more equitable, that is democratically run and operated. I think they would genuinely be happier even if they weren't necessarily billionaires anymore. You know? I think part of the deep dissatisfaction and unhappiness for the ultra wealthy comes from the fact that they are so alienated from their peers. And I think that this is a way to reconnect them back to humanity. Hey, Fables. How you doing? Nice to see you too. Okay, I am gonna take a little break. I need to like rest my eyes. My eyes have been very tired the last couple of days. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute long break. Remember, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Let's see how many of you have heeded the call. Okay, let's see. Oh damn, we got 72 viewers right now. Hell yeah. Over on YouTube. Does it not tell me how many likes the stream has? That's so dumb. There we go. We have 61 likes. All right. Folks, we only need 8 more likes to hit the nice number. I think we can do it. Jack, is Chapter 2 of Armored Core 6 where I get multiplayer? I think so? I don't remember which chapter you get it in. Gotta scoot to bed soon. Oh, hiccups. Aw, good night, Charlie. Get good sleep, okay? Oh, I'm hiccuping. Why? I feel like a lot of the issue I have with many Republicans, I know, is that they care about power for power's sake, not because they feel they would do a better job for anyone else. True. I think they also care about power, you know, in order to make money. It's largely the same reason a lot of neolibs care about power, you know? I don't often join in, but I want to say this is a fantastic community. I agree. Also, I just want to say, props to Sean Florida. Like, I know that, like, maybe being in a more antagonistic, not necessarily even antagonistic position, but, like, I applaud that kind of questioning mentality. You know? I felt like that could have gone poorly in less reasoned hands, you know? So I just want to give proper props to Sean Florida for being a good sport about my answers. Honestly, I like hearing you talk about how to actually implement measures to make actual changes. I'm a leftist in terms of ideology and beliefs, but I have no idea how to get to that world. Yeah, that's the thing, Snoogan. I think a lot of I want to look into policy, right? The kind of policy that we can like fight for on local levels, like I said, right, about like democratic worker co-ops. Most of the loan programs I've seen are local programs. You can actually like get involved in your local political scene and get a program like that passed right now. You know? You could get something like that passed. You could help democratic co-ops begin to take hold. And like I think that's really cool. You could bring back local legislation to like turn post offices into banks. That's something you could do on a local level. You could do it on a state level too. These are things that you can actually put into action yourself if you guys get involved in politics. I got you, Migs. That makes sense. Right now, my primary advocacy is amnesty rights for LGBTQIA folk. Totally understandable. This stuff is my favorite discussion topic. It all comes down to leverage, leverage, leverage. How much crap do you have to put up with? Exactly. You know? Did you see? Valhalla Vidya, I don't know if... Are you making... No. Oh. God damn it. Okay. No, McDonald's stock going down 4% is not evidence that a boycott is working. I'm sorry. That is as remember how we went through this already. We talked about this with Anheuser-Busch, okay? With the Bud Light boycotts. It's not working. Let's... Okay. Well, fine. We'll do this. All right. Here is all of the last year of McDonald's stock prices, okay? This is the last year. Does this look like McDonald's is really hurting from a boycott? No. It's not. Like this is as silly as the Bud Light people who are praising like the boycott campaign against Dylan Mulvaney. It doesn't work. Like this is extraordinarily stable. Here's 5 years. They're close to like an all-time high. I'm not mocking you. I'm just like I've seen the Israel boycott stuff. Like we're boycotting Starbucks. And it's not doing anything. And it's the same here. Like if you send me a link to that segment, I will cover that segment though. Yeah, that is a good question. Does Novara Media copyright strike? I mean, like, I don't like McDonald's. I don't got like a dog in this fight. The thing that would hurt McDonald's is if people had more free time to cook at home and grow their food to reduce the rat race dependence on convenience. It's true. Also appreciate whistleblowers for this reason. When people in power abuse it, there are those who speak up. True. Yeah, there are almost always like better burger places around than McDonald's, you know? I feel like half of it is the convenience and half of it is the recognizability. Stream plugs? Alright, let's take a look. Opening up the Discord. Here in Duckburg. Wendy's tastes better? Yeah, okay. Boop 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 ba-da 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 ba 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 ba-da 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 ba 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 ba-da ba 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 ba-da ba ba ba-da-da da 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 ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. All right.
Good evening. Welcome to Nevada.
Oh God. Second segment. It's time stamped on the video. Okay. Boop 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 boo do 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 do. All right. Here we go. I know nothing about Novara Media or this guy, so.
Just days after Israel began its assault on Gaza, videos like this began to appear on social media. These are two IDF soldiers eating at a branch of burger chain McDonald's in Israel. That's fast food for you. And there's a good chance they got that meal for free. Israeli franchises of the company announced they were donating 4,000 meals a day to Israeli soldiers and civilians and giving a 50% discount to soldiers who came to their restaurants. A reminder, this was at the same time that Israel was beginning to starve Palestinians in Gaza, a strategy that would lead to humanitarian catastrophe in the Strip.
Sure.
The news of McDonald's support for the IDF kicked off protests and boycotts around the world. In some countries like Pakistan, Malaysia, and Kuwait, sales were so badly hit that franchises were forced to put out statements distancing themselves from their parent company. And now the corporation has revealed the deep economic impact that boycotts have had on their bottom line. McDonald's has missed its quarterly sales targets for the first time in 4 years, with branches in Asia hit particularly.
Let's take a look at that article. McDonald's records first sales miss. All right, just take a look. Company is among several Western brands that have seen protests and boycott campaigns over perceived pro-Israeli stance. Let's see. Okay, comparable sales in McDonald's International Developmental Licensed Market segment rose 0.7% in the quarter, widely missing estimates of a 5.5% growth according the business accounted for 10% of McDonald's total revenue in 2023. I guess I would say that if it is still growing, that's not really hurting the company. Last month flagged a meaningful business impact in McDonald's Middle East market and some areas outside of the region due to the war, as well as associated misinformation about the brand. Quote, the effect of the war on earnings durability would be our biggest concern. Looks like this is going to be an issue that persists past the next quarter or maybe even two. Okay. And then China under-delivered.
Hard. The sales figures in question are for the fourth quarter of 2023. Now, in the third quarter of 2023, the company posted 8.8% growth in sales globally. Not bad. In the last quarter, however, that was down to just 4%, well below the annual average. For comparison, if you go back just a year, McDonald's...
Wait a minute. Bloomberg. Wait. Won't show me the full article on Bloomberg. Damn it. Maybe Bloomberg Law? Huh? Yeah, here we go. It still won't show me the full article, but that's fine. It shows me more of the article. Okay. Same-store sales missed market estimates in each segment. CEO says company remains confident amid macro challenges. Missed investor expectations in the fourth quarter as growth decelerated, hurt in part by the conflict in the Middle East. Yeah, so I'm wondering to what extent, right? I'm wondering to what extent this is due to, for example, the war in the Middle East versus like the boycott itself, right? Because that has definitely not been established. What's been established is a correlation, but I could also easily imagine that people are less likely to go to McDonald's in areas that are potentially being bombed, you know?
Sales growth was around 13% for the same period of 2022.
The one thing I will also say is just that, like, this is still the growth. The growth has gone down, but it's still growing. The line's still going up.
So that's a very dramatic drop. And by the way, that's sales. That's not profit. We don't know what the...
True, there's also the ongoing, like, after effects of the pandemic, which, you know, obviously the pandemic's still going on too. So,
score is in regard to that. The effect of the boycott was most strongly felt in its Asian and Middle Eastern markets, where growth in sales was just 0.7%, far below the 5.5% growth that had been projected. Remember, these are major growth markets compared to places like Europe and North America, which are broadly saturated, mature. In these kinds of places, you're expecting more customers, more revenues, and more profits, and that seems to now not be happening.
I guess I would also need to know, to what extent is this boycott like global versus like a US social media thing? You know? I would want to see the additional, like, I guess I want to see him show his work a bit more.
So it's not surprising that dismal performance also affected the corporation's stock price. McDonald's share price dropped nearly 4% on Monday evening.
Like, for example, I know like China is currently going through like somewhat of a recession right now. A lot of different places around the world are, especially with like shipping now being disrupted in the Panama Canal and in the Red Sea. So like there are a lot of external factors that could contribute to this that are not the boycott that I've mainly been seeing on like Twitter, you know?
As a result of that announcement. Not existential, obviously.
Yeah,
but
that's
a clear
exactly
signal
it.
that
That's maybe a more succinct way of saying it, Kiwi Burb. The dip in sales can't reasonably be attributed to boycotts alone, given the other factors at play. And like, it'd be cool. It'd be cool if like, I would actually be very interested if the left had the power to do this. But I don't think that we can come to the conclusion that this is the, boycott's doing. At least not yet. Maybe he has more coming up in this story.
boycotts are having an impact. And McDonald's isn't the only Western corporation to face criticism around the war in Gaza. US-based coffee chain Starbucks has also been hit by protests, staff walkouts and boycotts after the company sued its workers' union when they published a post in support.
Article here on an inflation crisis? Alan Fell's ACTU initiated price gouging report calls for government to act against exploitative practices by big business. Banks, supermarkets, aviation, energy companies are exploiting their market power in ways that drive up inflation and hurt Australian households. Yeah, like I imagine that like there's a lot of economic issues, especially we're only like three-ish years out from like the economic shock of the pandemic, and like we're only really like a year out, two years out from like the end of like any kind of help to get us through the pandemic. So it's not surprising to me that the economic situation is not cheeky keen.
Of Palestine. It too has revised its sale growth forecasts, telling him.
I mean, my position, Trains Girl Jade, is that boycotts do work sometimes. The issue is you need to have I think maybe last time we talked about this, either someone or like maybe it was someone I was talking to about it, talked about how mostly when boycotts tend to work are when they're local and when you have high levels of coordination with the local market. So like a good example there would have been like the bus boycotts, where like a sizable chunk of the population that would otherwise take the bus to work every day, to and from work, would just stop using the bus. That had an effect, like that was almost immediate. But like this is a very different beast. Like an online boycott against a fast food, like one of the largest fast food chains on earth. If that was indeed successful, I'd want to know a lot more about it. But I don't know that we know enough to really conclude that, especially considering what we know about when boycotts have really worked. The article goes on to say it's not really anything to do with COVID at all. Okay, well, I'm not going through all that right now. I know in the US, a lot of our problems are related to like COVID relief being like yoinked. I firmly believe in affirmative action, but there are different types, which includes boycotts. And some are more successful than others, and agreed, local makes greater impact. True. I mean, the main thing, I'm not saying that they don't work. I'm saying that they work in certain circumstances. It's just that I don't think that necessarily a relatively uncoordinated campaign on social media is going to really meaningfully injure the bottom line of a company like McDonald's. The same way I don't think like conservatives really meaningfully damaged the bottom line when they boycotted Bud Light,
Investors at the end of January that there was, quote, a significant impact on traffic and sales in the Middle East due to the Israel-Hamas conflict. Sales also slowed in the US, which is the largest market for Starbucks, and that was from November. It should be said, however, that the country had a very good first 6 months of 2023, but that final quarter was the fly in the ointment. So, in brief, we're not saying Starbucks is on the ropes, that it's over, that it's finished, that it's cancelled, that it's nearing bankruptcy. But clearly, boycotts have had some kind of impact on the bottom line of these major global brands.
The other thing, right, is that when we're talking about boycotts, the duration of the impact matters, right? Because if it's only something that's going to like cause a dip in like the value or a dip in like the shareholder price or the stock value or whatever, harm their bottom line in like the immediate short term, like they're fine with that. They know that that's going to go away. If it's something that consistently affects their income over and over again in the day-to-day, ongoing, that's something that gets their attention, you know?
Mike, this looks really substantial for me, particularly the McDonald's statistics, because as I said, these are big growth markets and you need to. And I think as well in the background to all of this, of course, is both of these businesses, I believe, pulled out of Russia in the last 2 years. So all of a sudden, we talk in the abstract about deglobalization, about the sort of political economic overhead of deglobalization, but this is starting to look now very real for some of the world's major brands.
Absolutely, and I think it shows that boycotts work. Like, boycotts are important for two reasons. I think. Firstly, for kind of moral reasons, it's to show solidarity for those in Gaza who are suffering at the moment. So it's a real show of solidarity for them. I think we also raise awareness for the cause, right? That's why this movement has been such a big thing. I think it's been re-energized, this movement, in recent months. It's been quite nice to see the kind of boycott movements re-energized in this way. And I think that raising awareness point is really, really important because, people kind of see the links these companies have with the Israeli state, we begin to interrogate these relationships and what's going on. That's all really, really powerful. And I think it's especially powerful in a kind of era of corporate social responsibility, right? Companies care about their PR. We saw this at the height of kind of Black Lives Matter movement where, so many companies came out and apologized for their kind of current and historical.
This is true, by the way. Companies do care about their PR. I think that there's a big difference, though, between companies seeing a company community manager seeing the opportunity for like getting an easy woke points, by coming out and just being like, yeah, we're sorry for our past racism, love our products. I think there's a big difference between that and like, we're angry at you, take your hundreds of millions of dollars investment and get out of Israel. I think that there's one is a bigger ask than the other. Like on the one hand, you have a company taking advantage of an opportunity to sell itself, trying to milk free PR essentially. And on the other hand, like you have a company that's already committed to these franchises that exist. It's just a much bigger ask on the one hand than the other, Not saying it's impossible, just saying like, it takes a lot of doing, and the BDS movement has been trying to do it for a very long time with some pretty mixed results. Like, certainly there have been victories there, but it's not like it doesn't go to the same lengths of the success of, like, again, small-scale boycotts like against the Montgomery buses.
Or failings. And I think we might see something similar here where I think the key thing for us is the kind of liberal consensus shifting, because at the moment, yes, this is affecting McDonald's kind of like pockets, but because the liberal consensus is very much like pro-Israel and there's like, yes, we're really sad, about what's happening in Gaza, but Israel's right to defend itself. That's generally still the rhetoric. Because that's still the rhetoric, there won't be this kind of like reconciliation or this idea they're going to pull out of Israel. Rather than
I do think he also has a point here about sending a message and getting the word out about the situation in Gaza. I sympathize with that message. There's a large part of me in wondering, like, how much are people giving up and how visible is it to give up going to McDonald's versus like holding up a sign outside of like Congress or Parliament or something. You know, I feel like if the point is being visible, of keeping people reminded, getting out and actually protesting and being loud, interrupting politicians, being inconvenient, these are things that are effective means of protest, if those are your goals, right? I don't think that McDonald's is necessarily taking a hit and is therefore going to care, especially when the hit is not that significant. It's like 4 percentage points in foreign markets. And it seems to have already recovered from that if the stock price is anything to judge by. You know, like, again, this is their stock price over the last 5 years. All pretty in line. It's gone from $179, $180. It's now at $291. You know, like, if we look at just the last year, you can see that it definitely, like, was tanking. Interestingly enough, started tanking in late December, and a few days after October 7th hit the bottom. But, like, since October 12th, they've been steadily, like, regaining and rebuilding. And it's interesting here because right here we get a Market Watch article from October 30th of 2023, which, again, after October 7th. McDonald's stock climbs after earnings and sales rise above expectations. So I don't think, especially when you look at, like, the timeline and the way that their stock price has completely bounced back to where it was in September and, like, continued to gain momentum. Like just in January, it hit $300. You know? I mean, part of the issue, Valhalla Vidya, is I'm not particularly interested in having a debate on this, because I don't think there's any real benefit for me in that conversation, right? Like, I know that my position here is flying in the face of people who think that they're doing something really good and meaningful, and that's not a popular position for me to have on the left. And, like, I'm much smaller than Novara Media, and I don't really want my first exposure to people to be, like, arguing against, like, a gesture designed to, signal support for Palestinians in Gaza. Like, that's a horrible look for me, even if I'm technically correct, you know? Yeah, I don't necessarily care that much about the optics game. I'm literally doing this show in a Warhammer shirt, like, sweatshirt, because it's comfortable. But, like, even I don't want that to be my first I don't want that to be my first exposure to a large number of people. I'd rather, like, look pretty and also be advocating for, like, socialism or for the people in Gaza themselves, instead of, like, which I guess in a way I'm doing, right? Because I want people to do effective activism instead of, like, meaningless virtue signaling that's not nearly as effective as, like, physically going out and holding a sign or, like, you know, that's I hope that makes sense. I know it's not your decision, but, like, I just understand it from my perspective. Like, I just got done getting, like, called out by Twitter lefties for being racist because I thought it was fine for a hashtag to be used for a dead trans girl. You know, like, I just went through, like, a few months of that. You know. Like, I don't want to now do that to an even larger number of people who are really upset that I'm bashing their attempt at activism as ineffective. Oh, Calavera Kid, there were a lot of people who were upset that, like, hashtag say her name was used for Brianna Jay after she was stabbed to death for being trans and then was being misgendered in the media. Hey, Dustin the Damned. How you doing? Thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. I just want people to do things that are effective, that, like, actually achieve their stated goals, you know? Which led to a number of people who were, like, longtime viewers of my channel, like, calling me racist and, like, trying to do, like, weird hit pieces on me. It was weird. I didn't like it. I don't like that. It's not fun. The major boycotts of South Africa took 20 years to have an effect. True, and during those 20 years of boycotts, like, it took a lot of on-the-ground organizing to convince people to boycott. And I'm just not really seeing that. I'm seeing that from, to clarify, I'm seeing that from, like, the BDS movement. People who actively, like, advocate for organized boycotting of the state of Israel. I see it from them. I just don't know to what extent I see it from people calling for, like, McDonald's at this particular point in time since October 7th. Because, again, the oppression of the Palestinian people took place long before that. All right, remember how, like, an hour and a half ago I said I was going to take a break? I'm going to do that for real now. Oh, wait, we should actually finish this segment. I forgot, there's like a minute left. My God.
But there's just going to be, like, more of the same and hope this passes. So I do think that liberal consensus needs to shift. But I do think what we have seen is boycotts do work, right? They raise awareness, is the first thing, and they're a good show of solidarity. So here's some more boycotts.
They do work.
Again, if the main goal of your boycott is to show solidarity and raise awareness, I think there are far more effective ways of doing that than not going to a restaurant you were already probably not going to go to anyway.
And they're a good show of solidarity. So here's some more boycotts.
They do work. They do work.
Valhalla Vidya, I want you to be right. You know, that's the thing. Like, it would be great if we lived in a world where, like, the right's transphobic Bud Light boycott didn't work, but the left's boycott of McDonald's did work. That would be a great world for us to live in, right? I want the left to have that level of power and organization, right? I think that would be an amazingly powerful thing. I want this to be true. I just don't necessarily see it in what McDonald's is saying or doing. I wish I had the optimism of these men, frankly.
I think as well, there's a different conversation about sanctions. I'm often quite critical, skeptical about sanctions, particularly on poorer countries by wealthier ones. I mean, Israel's not that, but that's my view on them. I think consumer boycotts is wholly different. And like you say,
I agree, by the way. I agree consumer boycotts are far more ethical than countrywide sanctions.
People are told time after time it won't work, it'll fail. Don't bother. You're hearing it here on Navarro Media. We're looking at the numbers. These are two of the world's biggest brands. They're really suffering. Throughout the second...
Okay. I mean, again, I don't think you could say that they're really suffering. I just... From their stock price is near an all-time high. I don't think you can really say that they're suffering. Also, again, like listing Starbucks in there is very weird because I've looked into the Starbucks thing, like Starbucks in Israel. I've looked into that. As far as I can tell, Starbucks doesn't do business in Israel. Like they don't give money to the IDF. They don't have any locations in Israel. Like, so I'm not entirely sure what that boycott is even about outside of like virtue signaling. And at that point, like if that's all this is about, there are way more effective ways to virtue signal that go beyond just virtue signaling, you know? Go to a protest. Again, shout at your politicians, be inconvenient. Wait, they don't? No, Starbucks has no locations within Israel. None. Zero. As far as I can tell, the origin of this entire boycott Starbucks thing is because the Starbucks union, like tweeted out something that was pro Gaza, but it had like the Starbucks logo on it. And Starbucks is using that as an attempt to like weaken and break up the union and taking them to court over that. But like, it doesn't really seem to have much to do with them being ideologically pro-Israel. It seems much more to do with them being ideologically anti-worker. And like, yeah, fuck Starbucks for being anti-worker. I just, yeah, by all means, don't drink their shitty coffee. I just like, I don't understand targeting them over like association to Israel from what I've looked into, unless I missed something huge there. Starbucks keeps trying to start up in countries that actually know how to make coffee and fails that. Yeah. It's almost like their bean water is bad. Oh, does Novara Media have like weird Ukraine takes? I could see that. Damn, I'm not immune to propaganda. Yeah, isn't it wild? Just real quick. Yeah, here is Starbucks Israel. There's a coffee chain in Israel opening in 2001 with 6 locations in Tel Aviv before closing in 2003. In 2002, within a year of Starbucks Israel opening, Dalek was already looking to sell its stake. Before its closing, Starbucks had 6 locations in Tel Aviv with 120 employees. Additionally, they had previously planned on opening a location in Jerusalem, but withdrew the plans due to fear of terror attacks. On March 31st, 2003, Starbucks announced they would be closing their stores in Israel. In September of 2005, Starbucks hired Man Properties real estate consultants to explore options to return to Israel. Starbucks was looking for a managing partner to team up with in Israel before the renewed deployment strategy, and that went nowhere. They do not, to my knowledge, have any locations in Israel. So, yeah. Haven't been in there since 2003. Yeah, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've gone to Starbucks. But also I don't drink coffee anyway, so it's not really like a thing. Ivy Nova, thank you for jumping over to the website. I appreciate it. Also, Noodle, welcome to riverboat.gg. I'm going to take a quick break. Need to run to the bathroom. But before I go, if you've been enjoying the stream, if you've gotten any interesting or useful info, consider dropping some subs or donos. This helps helps to keep me alive. This content brought to you by viewers like you. I appreciate it. Why are you sad, Ivy Nova? No, I'm not. I'm not about to end stream. I just need to pee. I just need to pee, and also like rest my eyes because I've got 2 lights and all of my monitors blazing into them. But yes, please support stream. Helps me to continue making content and also potentially expand in the future. I'd love to hit a point where I can hire an editor so I don't also have to edit all of my work. It's a lot of work to do, but I will be back shortly. We've not even covered a fraction of what I wanted to talk about today. My God, we haven't even done the Tucker Carlson interview. We're 3.5 hours into stream. We haven't even done the Tucker Carlson interview yet. My God. All right, I'll BRB. Hello, everybody. How we doing? I have a new plan for my worker co-op. Ooh, tell me, Gamer G. Pacific Drive? I'll look it up. That sounds like it could be fun. Pacific Driving longer mile. Ooh, I saw this game. It looks really cool. It's on Steam. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Hey, Amber. Hey, Fox of Fate. Come here often. Sometimes. The vibe is chill, indeed. Yo, Steam, why ain't you launching? Pacific Drive. Ooh, it released in February. Here, let's you know what? Take a look, huh? Take a look at the trailer, huh?
West. Its unmatched views and quiet solitude offer everything you need in the most beautiful place on Earth.
There is no cause for alarm. Take shelter in the closest pocket of stability in your area.
This seems like our jam.
Refrain from thoughts or memories of home.
The chain of events were in plain sight. Strange accidents leading to the government's claim of eminent domain and subsequent seizure of the peninsula. The evacuation of 100,000 people and the attempt and abject failure at containing the rumors that spread like wildfire.
10. It was hours before Arthur came to extract us. 9.
Some zone secrets are best left secret.
8. 7.
I don't even look up at the sky anymore.
6.
Was she a myth, martyr, or monster?
5.
Nothing had more potential than limb technology.
4.
And look what it did to the Olympic Peninsula.
3, 2, 1.
I have the distinct honor to introduce to you the American people. A new scientific frontier with a raw power, the potential is limitless. On this day, we welcome our Faraday future.
I mean, that has so much style. And it seems like right up our analog horror alley. Like, I feel like that's I'm gonna put that on my wish list for when it goes a little bit more on sale. Oh, I guess it's not out yet. My God, for some reason I thought it was March already. Jesus. This looks sick, right, Jerry the Weeb? Yeah, free demo. All right. Let's get back into some content, huh? I just wanted to throw this out there. Sometimes I just come across weird articles, and I really wanted to talk about this one because it's very funny to me. So basically, a team of archaeologists in Turkey started excavating a location called Karahan Tepe, which is a sister site to Gölbekli Tepe, okay? And I'm probably butchering those names. we're gonna just keep on talking through it. These are some of the oldest known inhabited locations ever discovered. Karahan Tepe, for example, is over 11,000 years old. And they discovered a statue there. It is of a man. And yeah, Minuteman just put out a video about it, which was very, you know, I just wanted to talk about this article. We're not going all into it. Go watch the Minuteman video. It's probably way better. Erica, I don't think anyone deleted the Friday command. I don't know what happened there. I didn't do it, but sometimes the site, it seems like the site has eaten some of the commands, the bot commands. Anyway, here's the statue. Here's the statue that they found. And it's exactly what you think it is, all right? This statue is 11,000 years old. It is one of the oldest human artifacts we have, like, full-on art figure. Dude's just full-on jacking it. Cranking that ancient hog. I love that one of the oldest statues human beings have created that exists to the modern day is just a dude furiously jacking it. I have no other insight. I'm not gonna go over the rest of the article. I just really wanted you guys to know that. It really delighted me. I am a simple creature. Okay, we're finally getting to king potions, all right? I wanted to talk about this because there's a clip of the representative of King Charles who has cancer. We haven't talked about this because fuck monarchies. But I just thought this was too funny to pass up. So basically, the palace in Great Britain went on GB live to GB, I think GBN live, to talk about King Charles having cancer, and let's just take what they say. Let's just see what they have to say, huh?
Any idea what's going on? Well, I think what's going on is that the king, I'm speculating, but the king is a great fan, is always promoter of alternative medicine. He would not be one for chemotherapy. He's always argued against it. He's a great believer in natural herbs and potions and things like that.
Yeah, that's right. The King of England, one of the wealthiest people in the world, is relying on potions instead of chemotherapy. Let's just get our alchemist in there. We got a guy who created he turned tin into gold. He can probably whip up a cancer cure. You know, the court alchemist. He'll even out King Charles's humors, and that will set him straight. It will. You see, King Charles, what really is at fault here is modern medicine. You see, modern medicine relies on things like germ theory and scientific study. Why rely on those when you could simply rely on things like wizards and random things from your garden? Some spider legs, some eye of newt. Let's just whip all of that into a potion. I'm sure it'll get rid of your cancer lickety split. Oh, King Charles, we simply must get you on the latest snake oil. He's a great believer. The clip keeps going. Let's just see what the rest of the clip is. Also, I just love that this guy's coming out to defend the king taking potions.
So my guess is that at the moment he's taking advice from a man called Michael Dixon, who he's championed for many years, who headed his own, the King's Natural Alternative Medicine Institute, discredited by many people, but the King is a great believer in it.
Just real quick, this is Michael Dixon, apparently. He has pioneered social prescribing, promoting it as an answer to over-medicalization and soaring health costs. Social prescription facilitates patients with a range of social, psychological, and physical problems to access to a wide range of local interventions, services provided by the voluntary and volunteer sectors and others. Oh, so it's just charity will take care of it. The role of the patient in self-healing. Reviewing the book, David Short, Emeritus Professor of Clinical Medicine at the University of Aberdeen, writes, the authors urge doctors to move beyond the idea of the body as a machine. If doctors do regard their patients in this way, then this book is timely. One cannot help feeling that what is advocated is really a return to the best practice of family doctors of an earlier generation. Perhaps the authors recognize that in the saying, what is called for is less of a revolution and more of a revival. Ah yes, return to tradition. You see, it is not germs that cause the illness, sirs. It is the bad air. The bad air causes the night excretions. This news channel is very far right. I'm not surprised. They're literally, you know how conservatives literally advocate for like a return to tradition? They're arguing for a return to traditional medicine before germ theory. Let's see. Ernst said the stance of the NHS Alliance on complementary medicine was misleading to the degree of being irresponsible. Oh, he's a homeopath doctor. Okay. So he's like a fake doctor. Gotcha. Look. The king just needs to realign his chakras. You all don't understand. You fools, you simpletons. He simply needs to go to the chiropractor. To crack his spine, to free up his karmic flow.
And I was always, last night, I was very surprised that people kept on saying, well, he's going to have chemotherapy or radiation or the rest of it. You know, he doesn't believe in it. He does not believe in it. It's a risk.
He believes in potions. He doesn't believe in the most successful intervention to treat cancer.
I find it's a risk, and I think going to Sandringham is where he wants to take these alternative medicines in a quiet way.
Interesting line of thought. And do you agree with me that at some point he's going to have to say more?
I think he is, but I think he...
Oh, CN.
Hello, potion seller.
This is King Charles right now.
Into battle, and I want your strongest potions.
King Charles. His doctor.
My potions are too strong for you, traveler. Potion seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions.
I love this sketch so much.
He had no alternative but to disclose that he had a problem because he would A, disappeared, and B, he was in hospital. It would have leaked. Someone would have sold it to a newspaper.
Yeah, and a cancellation of public
There had
engagement.
to be.
No, I get that. The point I'm making is, having been so open initially about what the problem was, now we know it's cancer and that's all we know. Don't you think that the sort of just...
What do you mean that's all we know? What else do you want to know? How often he's shitting himself because of it's prostate cancer? Like what do you want to know? What what was the thing? What on earth could you want to know here?
speculation is going to reach a level over the next few days where they have to
No,
tell
I
us
don't
more.
actually, because we don't speculate anymore what Kate, the Princess of Wales, had or has.
No,
it
but
dies down. It dies down, and rightly so. I mean, there are many people who know what Kate has had, and one leaves it at that. There's no reason to broadcast it. And the same with the King. One just hopes that he recovers pretty speedily. I'm just worried that alternative medicine won't provide the cure which conventional medicine would do.
No, well, that's going to be that aspect's.
The hospital that treated Charles canceled every other appointment the day Charles had treatment. Man, get rid of billionaires, dude. Like, we need to get rid of the ultra wealthy. Like, the fact that like a wealthy person can just be like, shut the entire hospital down. We got this very wealthy person here who needs treatment, and he doesn't want to be treated next to poor people. He doesn't want poor people in the rooms or beds around him. Shut it all down. Like, that's insane. That's insane. That's too much power. Get it out of here.
It's going to be, as you say, he's been a very keen advocate of this for decades. That's going to be very interesting.
Does the royal mixologist get decapitated if the king dies? Yeah, does the entire royal household have to be like buried alive with him? Is that how that works? So he can take them along to serve him in the afterlife? Also, just want to take a quick moment to say, hey, the place I live is doing good things. We managed to pass a free school lunch program that also covers breakfast in Minnesota. So that means all kids that go to school now get breakfast and lunch, which is a big deal in America because not all kids can have breakfast or lunch. And it turns out when you aren't starving children, they learn better. They'll show up to school and they'll learn better. I know it's crazy when to think that people perform and think better when their bodies aren't in fight or flight mode. Wild stuff. And because it's universal, rich parents also care about food quality. So funding for school lunch programs has gone up because it now affects both rich and poor kids. You know, those rich kid families, they're going to make sure that the options are healthy and good to eat. And here's just a little video.
More kids in Minnesota are getting free lunches at school through a new universal school meals program, but it's had some unexpected side effects. Lunches are actually becoming healthier and more kids are lining up for school lunches than before. My name is Elizabeth Shockman. I'm an education reporter for Minnesota Public Radio, and I'm here at Roseville High School.
Let's go!
Students today are eating jerk chicken, curried rice, and black beans. It's a menu designed by Minnesota chef Sharon Richards-Noel. Since the school started offering free meals, the number of kids eating cafeteria lunch has gone up by 11%. Their breakfast numbers are up by 26%. According to the district nutrition director, Angie Ritchie,
that's 26% more kids getting breakfast. 11% more kids being able to eat lunch. That's so many kids. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, you know? Like, it's really hard to capture how big of a deal that is. That microphone is silly looking. Yeah, well, you know, NPR.
more kids eating means more money in the school food budget.
The Universal School Meals Program has been a game changer in terms of boosting participation, reducing stigma, and making school meals a natural part of the school day.
Some people, like Angela, think the steady funding stream for school meals will mean Minnesota cafeterias will be able to move away from processed heat and prep models to more fresh, healthy food prepared on site for kids.
That's so exciting. Because I know when I went to school, like, my school lunches were absolutely terrible. like they were edible, don't get me wrong, but, like, they were not fresh meals. They did not teach me how to appreciate fresh food by any stretch of the imagination. So I hope that we can get there, you know? Get those kids good food. Aren't most schools supplied by the same companies that contract for prison food? Nerodia, yes. Yeah. Yes, actually. Yeah, so, like, seeing the fact that they had, like, jerk chicken and, like, fresh fried rice, that's amazing. That's amazing. And true. This is a legacy of the Black Panthers. The Free Breakfast for Children program. Finally caught on with the government. And now it's being implemented far, far, far too late, but better late than never. What is this? Frozen? You donkey. I didn't get that right. Scrap that. Scrap that accent. It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? Oh, this will be short, but, like, can we just take a moment to appreciate that, like, Republicans and MAGA are just, like, hell-bent on recreating Nazi propaganda? Can we just take a moment here? Here's Missouri's Secretary of State tweeting out, "When I'm Secretary of State, I will burn all books that are grooming, indoctrinating, and sexualizing our children. MAGA, America first." And here's the video. No. Yeah, so yeah, she wants to burn books specifically about gay and queer people. Again, these are not books that groom children. These are not books that are indoctrinating children. These are not books that are doing really anything other than teaching kids how, like, what gay people are, how they live, etc., what their experiences are like. And I just want to say the only thing that differentiates this from a World War II era Nazi propaganda video is the fact that it's in color. You know, like, I mean, let's just, my goodness, here, let's really get the effect here, okay? Can I do this? I'm doing it live. Maybe I can't. Here we go. Maybe we can do. There we go. I'm, you know, just really, like, this is really no different here to what they were doing during the Nazi occupation, you know, like, yeah. Here's one of the most famous images of book burning during World War II, okay? Like, it's the same. This picture was taken outside of the Institute of Sexology in Berlin. They burned those books, which were predominantly research on gay and trans people, because it was literature that would corrupt society. The social disease of homosexuality. These are the same terms that this lady uses. These are the same terms that the Republicans use. They talk about the illness, the virus, the social contagion of transness, of gayness. And this is unfortunate that our country has come to a point where we're just openly recreating Nazi propaganda with, like, absolutely no introspection whatsoever. So, yeah, just interesting stuff, to be sure. Let's take that off. There we go. Anyway, Valentina Gomez, a Nazi in Missouri. If not in overt politics, at the very least, similar policy positions. Whew. Getting ready to burn down a local school library near you, yeah. Oh, it's true. They also do not care if you call them out on it, but I'm not calling them out on it for their sake. I'm calling them out on it so that other people on the left, in the middle, can see them for what they are. It's not hyperbole. It's just they're burning books on camera. They're proud of it. They love it. You know, I'm not doing this for their sake. I'm trying to get people to understand the threat is real. Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to talk about this too. This is one of the wildest things I've seen in a long time. So, folks, how can people not see that they're burning the gays in effigy? Frankly, I think they don't really want to. You know, who wants to admit that their country is being taken over by fascists, you know? I don't think that's a particularly popular thing to want to cop to, you know? Interesting. Is the Guardian not being very accessible? There we go. All right. All right. So, there's a man named Curtis Sliwa. Okay? He's a New Yorker, all right? And he founded an organization in the 70s called the Guardian Angels, with the goal of them essentially being kind of these crime fighters, people who would kind of patrol the streets at night or the subways. In the 70s and 80s in particular, there was like a rash of like sexual assaults on the subway. And so they like this was kind of in response to that. However, part of the issue of that was that the Guardian Angels and Curtis Sliwa are conservatives. They are incredibly conservative individuals. And I do have to say, like, they did dangerous work. Let's say, right? Here's just like an overview, okay? Unarmed, the group was required training in karate, fulfillment of legal requirements for citizens arrest for all members before they were deployed. Sliwa's red beret is a component of the Guardian Angels uniform. Ed Koch, a critic of Sliwa and of the organization, launched an investigation in 1981. Yeah. Yeah, basically the investigation just was investigated, proven to be fairly decent at the time, apparently. In 1992, Sliwa admitted that he and the Guardians faked heroic subway rescues for publicity. So, you know, like, just have to say, right? This is a guy who made, like, a crime-fighting group, and then they faked crimes and rescues. And we've known about this for over 32 years. And yet, for some reason, people still believe that they do good work. In 1992, Sliwa was kidnapped and shot by two gunmen after entering a stolen taxi in Manhattan. The kidnapping was foiled when Sliwa leapt from a front window of the moving cab and escaped. What? Federal prosecutors eventually charged John Gotti, the son of Gambino crime family leader... Wait, John A. Gotti, the son of Gambino crime family leader John Gotti, with the attempted murder and a raft of other charges. Prosecutors claimed that Gotti was angered by remarks Sliwa made on his radio program because of course, he's also a conservative radio host, about Gotti's father. After 3 attempts to try him, the last on September 20th of 2005, 3 separate juries were unable to agree to convict Gotti on any of the charges brought against him, and the charges were dropped? Jurors later told reporters they believed he had a role in Sliwa's shooting. What is this? What is this clown shoes set of circumstances? My God. So, listen, we think you were in a cab, a stolen cab, and you shot this guy 5 times, and then he jumped out the window, and, like, presumably he saw you, but there's just not enough evidence to convict you, so go about your business. What? Reality is stranger than fiction, it's true. But I wanted to talk about the murder attempt because the murder attempt has nothing to do with the crime fighting. Has nothing to do with this. It had everything to do with him being a conservative radio host, shooting his mouth off, being kind of a shock jock, okay? Were they Caucasian? Some of them were. I think most of them were like Latino or African American. But look at this. He's back in the headlines. New York vigilantes take down migrant on live TV, but he was from the United States. So Curtis Sliwa was invited on Sean Hannity's program. And then this happened.
If you divide 53 million by 500, that's a $106,000 debit card. Not a bad deal. I don't think they're giving them to vets that are homeless in New York City. Not that I've heard, Curtis.
Well, in fact, our guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th, while all this is
Can you pan the camera?
They've taken over. They've taken over.
Yeah, you guys got one of the migrants, huh?
Like the camera over there if at all possible.
Yeah, pan the camera over there. We want you to film a hate crime.
Yep. You got your key open, guys.
It's out of control. Out of control.
There. All right, now Eric Adams often complains he's getting no support from the federal government to help him with the surge of...
I cannot emphasize this enough. They are beating a man because they suspected he was a migrant. And Sean Hannity's just sitting there like, yeah, you guys sure are filming a crime right now. Like, I feel like even Sean Hannity knows that what he's watching here wouldn't be good even if their fundamental theory was correct that that guy was a migrant. You know? I hope this guy gets so much money because they were dumb enough to do this while they were filming on live TV on Fox.
Joe Biden's unvetted illegals in New York. And that could be because of the so-called border czar is a little distracted right now. According to a report, Vice President Harris has now suddenly, quote, found her footing.
Yeah, they finally cut away.
And she's now apparently getting ready for a future presidential run of her own in 2028.
Yeah, clearly there was a producer in his ear at some point here, like, stop trying to talk to them. They're doing a crime. Change the subject.
According to the Daily Mail, she campaigned in South Carolina last week.
Like, he does not even blink about this, man. So what happened here? The man is not a migrant, but rather a New Yorker from the Bronx, police said on Wednesday afternoon. Though Sliwa claimed the man had been caught shoplifting, police provided no evidence to support the allegation. While the disturbing altercation played out on national television, Hannity blasted Democrats for the surge of Joe Biden's unvetted illegal immigrants in New York. And that could be because the so-called border czar is a little distracted right now, alluding to Vice President Kamala Harris. According to a New York Police Department spokesperson, officers arrived to find a man detained by bystanders after he allegedly tried to disrupt a live interview. Police said the man had been issued a disorderly conduct summons because he had been acting in a loud and threatening manner on a public sidewalk. The spokesperson did not respond to questions about whether any members of the Guardian Angels were under investigation for their role in the altercation. I mean, I feel like even if you're being loud and unruly, lying about that person shoplifting as an excuse to then beat him and hold him in a headlock for several minutes is definitely the more illegal action in this scenario. My God. In an interview with the Associated Press, Sliwa said he believed the man was a migrant because he had been speaking Spanish and because other Guardian Angels had encountered him with other Spanish speakers on previous patrols. Oh, yeah, he spoke Spanish. Something that's so uncommon in New York. No one speaks Spanish in New York. It's not like there are Puerto Ricans in New York City. My God. It's okay. He was speaking Spanish, guys, in New York. And you know, this guy speaking Spanish, I think we saw him walking somewhere else speaking Spanish with other people speaking Spanish. Yeah, that's crazy, dog. There's no way that could possibly happen just randomly in New York. Yeah, no one expects, you know, the only real language in New York is bagels, okay? It's the only real language. My dude, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're going through the news of the day. You're just in time for a Tucker Carlson interview. We haven't covered that yet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's not like almost a third of the population of New York City is Hispanic. Oh, God. Bagels. Yeah, anyway, we should definitely believe the veracity of the guy who faked rescues throughout the 80s and 90s for media publicity. Anyway. Folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, getting anything useful out of it whatsoever, please consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos because, guys, I rely on them to live. They're literally what allow me to make this show and continue doing this stream. So please consider dropping some subs or donos. It's what makes all of this possible. So if we got any Oilers out there, Oilers, do we got any big BWA energy? Who can say? Your hair is such a pretty color. Thank you, Shana. Shana? I know how to say Kinlock. I'll just say Kinlock. Got any juicers? Juicers? Yeah, anyone who's like, that person's from another country because they're speaking non-English, you're just racist. You're just racist, okay? Beep boop. Beep boop. Shayna? Alright. Hell yeah, Shayna. Alright. I'm gonna get a little bit more water, I think. And then we're diving into the Tucker Carlson interview. You can't stop me. But I can tell my throat is a little bit gravelly from talking for 4.5 hours, so I need water. BRB. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da.
So long, Bowser.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Beer Bash Johnson. Thank you very much for the raid. Hey, Sam Pal. Hello, Epic Prawn. Hello, Styles M4. Hello, Malachi. Drago, where have you been all my life? Zoomy Deer, hello. Hello, River Shards. Where have you been all my life? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I'm having an EP night, which you might not be able to tell after I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours, but I am tired. I have been working my ass off too. I feel you. And now it's time to work my ass off even harder. That's right. We're going to watch the Tucker Carlson Vladimir Putin interview because it's relevant content. And what can I say? I am trying to make content that people will watch so that I can continue to live. My goodness. Check donos? Oh? Drago, my god! I didn't see it until just now. Thank you for telling me to check the donos. They let us go home early today. I think I might treat myself to early sleep. Oh no, I opened Baldur's Gate 3. Oops. BWA. 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 Thank you so much for the $45 dono. That is incredibly generous. And thank you for helping to continue making Thank you for helping me continue making this content. God, that was messy grammatically, but you get the general idea. Streamer is tired in EP, which is why we're about to start a 3-hour-long segment on Tucker Carlson's interview with Vladimir Putin. So, oops, I picked the wrong business to try and start a career in at the age of 26. Poof. Oh boy. Also, my hair is being, like, sassy, and I don't like it. Sleep? What's that? Who knows? I've never met them. All right, folks. Let's go. So yeah. Folks, there's a guy named Tucker Carlson. And he spent the last several years basically licking the boots of Vladimir Putin and the Russian offensive in Ukraine. He's vehemently anti-Ukraine, vehemently pro-Russia, and now he has finally licked the boot long enough to earn himself an interview with Vladimir Putin, the dictatorial leader of Russia. So, let's take a look here at this 2-hour-long interview. Putin. Don't mind me just screenshotting that for the thumbnail.
Shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century.
Oh, you mean he made a blood and soil justification? He made the he made the Nazi justification for this? He made the fascist justification? That's crazy. I can't believe he would do that.
And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light as is.
You know, Native Americans have a historic claim to America. Does that justify like a violent overthrow of the United States? Does it justify like massacres of civilians like they did in Ukraine? I don't necessarily think so.
Sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country.
Wait, can we just like take a moment here? Like,
and with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you.
Look at this. This room is so weird. It's so empty. They've probably got like 5 snipers trained on him.
You. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote.
That's a weird emotional reaction there, Tucker. Yeah, like actual Joker moment here. Like just look at the face change. What fun they're having together. Ha ha ha.
Or a serious conversation.
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Да, это серьезный разговор. Но поскольку у вас базовое образование...
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
Тогда я позволю себе...
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Yeah, he's gonna give you a 30-second to 1 minute long response. Let's see how he does on that one. Start the clock.
Смотрите.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign. In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's younger son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev.
This is longer than a minute.
He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988.
Again, none of this matters. Not a single part of this matters. Not a single one. Oh, well, historically, we've been one kingdom, so that means we should be in the future. Like, that's not an argument. That's not an actual argument for why you should be a country. I mean, it is an argument that works to Russian nationalists. It's not an argument that moves anybody else. I would put it on the same tier of argumentation as, like, the arguments white nationalists make, you know? Oh, we don't hate people who are non-white. We just think they should all have their own countries, and we should have our pure white country. Because that's just historically how people have worked best together. Like, that's the level of argumentation we're on. We're like 30 seconds into the interview.
This was the...
True, there is a reason why Tucker Carlson gravitates towards this rhetoric.
Baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne.
I mean, as far as I understand what he's doing here, he wants to solidify his legacy. He wants to rebuild the Russian Empire of old, and he thinks that by doing that, he will, like, be held up throughout all history. He will rebuild the power and influence of Russia. But, like, this is petty tyrant shit. Frankly.
But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the
He will be known as Russia's most boring emperor.
fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the...
Remember when he said he was only going to take like 30 seconds to a minute? We're like several minutes into the interview now.
Cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty.
He's laced this interview with KGB subsonic waves. Okay, it's so that we all become so bored we fall asleep, leaving us finally vulnerable to being wiped out by nuclear warheads. It's true.
And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian-Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a...
Yeah, again, see, this again, you can see how this is leading towards like the white nationalist argument. Oh, we all share a similar culture and language. Therefore, we should all be the same country. Again, crazy argument, but an argument you see pop up time and time again to justify like the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You see it to justify like Chinese aggression towards Taiwan. Like again, this is a fairly common thing to have pop up here. Tucker seems so confused though. It's the permanent confusion face. He made a deal with the devil to be wildly successful and you know, be born into a rich family. But in exchange, he had to sacrifice his ability to have a resting, normal face, and instead he has a resting, confused face.
A unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious sphere. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state.
No, it's more insidious than that. It's not one people, it's that we are Russia. It's a total removal of culture and personhood from the former Soviet states. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, it's essentially saying anything you were is us. Anything you are is us. You will... It's kind of like the equivalent of saying to the old Soviet states, you know, you will be assimilated. It is like a almost Borg-like threat. That one was for you Star Trek fans out there.
During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that a person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to in every possible way to colonize this part of the Russian lands and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands...
Yeah, I would say that I think I see that there's a huge overlap here between like ideas of this very essentialist idea of like Russian identity and kind of the myth of like manifest destiny. It is one of the foundational nation-building myths of Russia.
...begun to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period, I'm losing track of where in history we are, the Polish oppression of Ukraine?
It was in the 13th century.
Oh, Ivy Nova, if you're looking for a place to catch up on what Star Trek's been doing, I would highly recommend Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It's very, very good. I know that some of the other series have been kind of divisive, but I feel like that show in particular gets back to really the roots of what makes Star Trek so good.
Now I will tell you what happened later and give the dates so that there is no confusion. And in 1654, even a bit earlier...
Oh, Hapsley, I'm sorry to hear that. My God.
The people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away.
It's kind of validating to see him parroting the same observations I made in my essays, sticking to the same lie, using these same methods to reinforce Russian supremacy. I wrote my papers almost a decade ago. Did you, O.S. Crane, do you have like a degree in like politics? Do you have like a political science degree? Tell me more.
So that you don't think that I'm inventing things. I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld, and after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar.
Not a degree,
There are
was
copies
considering a
of these
poli-sci
documents.
major,
I
or
will
minor,
leave them for
focused
your
on
good
Russia.
memory.
Gotcha.
There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided...
Like, I don't know exactly enough to, like, fact-check him on the fly here, but, like, even if you grant all of this being true, I still, like, his argument is still bad, you know?
Decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded.
I'm pretty sure this interview was RT's idea. I'm sure I'm sure RT did this. You know, like, I bet it's like their main point of contact with, you know, Western journalists.
A peace treaty
Russia,
with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia. And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly...
What is this lore dump? It's basically just like... It's nationalist slop is what it is. It's nationalist slop designed to essentially try and justify on ethnic grounds the erasure of like all people that used to be in the Russian Empire.
Not really Russians, but rather belong to a special...
Yeah, it's like how when YouTubers will like, or like conservative propagandists will like prep their audience by talking ad nauseum before they show something to kind of like see what they want their audiences to see, you know?
Ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg.
I'm sorry, what?
Given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg.
Okay, so we're doing like full on. We're just like creating our own little alternate history here. Okay, cool. Interesting. Poland, famously very good terms with Nazi Germany.
Was transferred to Poland.
Good God.
Instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged.
Yeah, we need Lucy Hayes' review on this.
Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, Why did you wait so long?
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that.
Boy, I'm Tucker Carlson, and I, for one, can't understand why you would even wait. What an opportunity here to... boy, howdy, Mr. Putin. Why'd you wait so long? Just like a little apple-cheeked, like, street urchin. My God, this is honestly, somehow worse. Like, I knew this was gonna be bad, but this is somehow worse than I expected.
This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
I just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking them.
Oh yeah, Hitler. His hand was just forced. He couldn't do anything about it. I'm sorry.
Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II.
Yep. It's really Poland's fault for starting World War II. Those dang Poles being all uppity.
By attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland.
Yeah, there's nothing. His hands were tied, really. Source is Mein Kampf. I read it, and this is exactly, yep. He had no choice, guys. None at all.
By the way, the USSR, I have read some archive documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia.
Oh, well, he's praising the United States during World War II, so, he couldn't be such a bad guy, this Putin fella.
But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't.
Well, I think Poland is a member of NATO, so I don't think it's quite as simple for Russia to really be able to do that without, like, catastrophic global consequences. And there are already plenty of global consequences to invading Ukraine. But it's a far stretch from nuclear war.
Doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named the USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German.
I mean, like, the entire premise for NATO's existence is to prevent, like, Russia from engaging in aggressive action towards members of NATO. So, like, it's not surprising. But, like, NATO, I don't think anyone actually expects Russia at this point in time to invade a NATO country. Because, like, again, if that happened, right, just hypothetically, spitballing here, if that happened, we're talking, like, mutually assured destruction time. We're talking like the nukes begin flying. It's not like really a matter of like how many troops you have mobilized. It's how many craters are in the wrong places when the smoke clears. You know.
The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable
Yeah, it's now. I need to remind you all, it's been 17 minutes. He said he was going to take 30 seconds to a minute.
Reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine, and yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if
Yeah, no, like Tucker Carlson here is just mainlining honest to God, like neo-Nazi rhetoric into the American zeitgeist. It's just neo-Nazi rhetoric as reflected through Russia.
If we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country?
Да. Итак, значит, Советская Украина получила.
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons, again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet...
It was the Bolsheviks, those dastardly Bolsheviks, you see.
Leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from...
Oh yeah, he's deep in the sauce,
Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine?
It was an artificial state shaped by Stalin's will. Don't look at what states are though.
Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders. But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous
Stalin's so-called regime. What are you doing here, bud?
violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
то в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
I'm actually surprised to hear that question from Tucker. Like, I'm moderately surprised to hear a direct question. The main issue here is that Tucker is just going to, like, absolutely swallow hook, line, and sinker and amplify any answer that Putin gives here, which is almost assuredly going to be a lie.
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him. Not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров.
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Curious.
Moreover,
I would never do something like that. But I have heard that some of those people would like to get back to their old lands, if you know what I'm saying.
I would like to share a very interesting story with you. I digress. It's a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev. Made a stop in Kiev and then went to western Ukraine. I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in the language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian, not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village and there were men sitting next to the houses and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this
Deutsche
case in
Bahn.
public until
Yeah, this is a lot of lies.
And in the case that you made, which I read today, you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview.
Well, my guy, you did say you were only going to take a minute. You did say, we'll do 1 minute of this, and then you've talked about this for 23 minutes.
That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk, so bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter.
Generously
I'm
bestowed.
coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, But I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
Первое. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что
First,
фундаментальные
I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian.
у каждого третьего какие-то родственные связи.
Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies.
Экономика очень сильно взаимосвязана.
All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable.
Я хочу, чтобы вы, как американские гражданины, чтобы
The second point is a very important one.
We all have these common ties, you see, that override all of our petty differences.
I want you,
Which is why we should be all one gigantic ethno-state, huh? Yeah.
as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well.
My God.
The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on...
Yeah, like, that's kind of what I was expecting too, O.S. Crane. I was expecting denazification. I was expecting more of an emphasis on NATO aggression. But what we're getting instead is blood and soil arguments. And I think I mean, I don't want to say it's like the savviest play, but like, Vladimir Putin is playing the long game here. He's trying to win the PR war that is currently taking place in American media. And I think that this is like a pretty smart way for him to go about that, which is, you know, I don't want to give him like a ton of credit or anything, but like it's scary. It's scary to see him doing this so subtly, you know? Like, Tucker Carlson isn't subtle, but this is a subtle use of him as an instrument, if that makes sense.
On the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union, that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries.
I mean, the issue is, I think that
NATO needs not to expand.
I think that Tucker is actually like a scarier option. You know, like I think that that's. I think that he represents a scary version of this event. Because I think that, like, this is essentially, like, how do I even say it? I think it is priming an already primed audience that is huge, because Tucker Carlson, even diminished on X, it still has insane amounts of viewership. It's prepping them not just for the fascism of Russia and Russia's moves on the geopolitical stage. It's prepping them for fascism here in America.
That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again.
Но, тем не менее,
Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной России.
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking...
You personally, Tucker Carlson, tricked all of Russia.
About the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves.
Here comes the NATO. The NATO made us do it. Yeah, NATO made you guys invade, just like Poland made Nazi Germany invade. Yep.
Of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there is no communist party.
Oh man. Nazbols crying, pissing, shitting themselves.
Party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there, I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now,
yeah, like, again, if you have an international agreement, it's not spitting in the hand and like a handshake, okay? You got to get that in writing. You got to get it formalized. There was no agreement. There's just like a memory of an event that like no one can confirm. Like, cool. That's not the basis for international relations. Sorry. They don't work that way.
Everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so. But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now. You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay,
Were you sincere?
it's impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was...
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
If he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive, I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances.
Are you sure? Because it seems like it might kind of be that. Maybe a little.
We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say anything new. Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. We were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?" He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA...
Does Tucker Carlson know the danger he's in? Probably, because, like, you know, he's not trying to talk back, and he's being incredibly obsequious anytime Putin pushes back on what he says or conveys annoyance. You know, like, there's no way Tucker walks into this not knowing that, like, this man has personally, like, ordered the assassination of journalists and political rivals. Like, this is not this is not like unknown territory to him. But the other thing is, Tucker Carlson knows that he and Putin are on the same side. This is not a confrontational interview. This is an interview between Vladimir Putin and a guy who has been like his best tongue shoe shiner. You know, like that's the position here. Like this is the master rewarding the dog.
They replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it."
And it's both a reward for Tucker Carlson, but it's also serving the ends of Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin wants something from this interview, and he's getting it.
Just ridiculous. Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government?
Oh, I will say, by the way, we've been going for 5.5 hours. If you all have been enjoying the show, please, please, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because frankly, that's what allows this show to continue. So thank you all very much for the support. Hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Have we managed to surpass the number of likes? We have 74 likes. You know what? I think we can get that number up to 100. There are over 100 people watching this stream right now. Go hit the follow button. Go hit the subscribe button. Go hit the like button on the goddamn stream. You guys can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you, chat. And folks, do consider dropping those subs and donos. They help me to live, and you know, I like living and making good content. So help me to do those things with your financial support. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Back into the interview. Win B!
Lurkin playing Valheim Hug BWA.
Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. You got Noodle, you got Beer Bash Johnson, you got Ivy Nova, you got a bunch of new homies. And 1 old homie. Let's go. Thank you so much, Winby. I appreciate it. Spreading that BWA spirit, that BWA energy. Let's go.
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they called the opposition.
No, Migs, your information's good. In 2009, the same Vladimir Putin, at the time the Prime Minister of Russia, sent a letter to the Polish nation that was aimed at reconciling Russian and Polish memories of World War II. In the letter, while rejecting the idea the MRP had triggered World War II, he admitted that the pact was condemnable and insisted that in Russia, the immoral nature of the MRP had been clearly assessed. On Christmas Eve 1989, Soviet lawmakers had indeed admitted the existence of the secret protocol of the MRP and condemned it with a vote of 1,432 to 252. Damn.
This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the US missile defense system was created. The beginning.
Thanks,
We
Erica.
persuaded for
I don't actually have a way of controlling my streaming software right now. I just realized that it has stalled. So, you know, that's fun. I can't actually directly interact with it for some reason. So we're just going to be stuck talking like this the entire time. Hope y'all don't mind. I don't know what happened, but there we go.
For a long time, very important. This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the US missile defense system was created. The beginning. We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover, After was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean, I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that, we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the
You know, my sources, I made it up.
internet when I was in the USA at the invitation.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at
I don't remember. Fucking Google it. I cannot recall, sirs and or ma'am.
the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation.
Look at it. Look, Tucker is weird about his face. Like he's acting here poorly, and you can tell. You know, it's so weird.
In the world. He says yes, and asks, "Are you serious?" I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please." Then
good night,
Secretary of
Ukrainian.
Defense Gates, former
Nikolai
Director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister,
Is he
the Russian
dissociating?
defense
I would
minister
be.
on that side. They said to me, "Yes, we have thought about it. We agree." I said, "Thank God, great, but with some exceptions."
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who were elected in your telling.
That's right. That's right.
That's right,
In the
Tucker.
end, they
That's
just
right.
told
You're
us to
being a
get
good
lost.
boy.
I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, "Look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems." The answer was, "We're not doing this."
Yeah, no, like I think that's a good point, OS Crane. Like a lot of what Putin is doing here is basically building the road that goes from point A to the point B of his choosing, you know? And he expects you all to follow along the road that is being laid out in this interview. And it leads to the inevitable conclusion that actually invading Ukraine is totally right and just. And not only is it right and just, it is actually, like, imperative in order to rebuild the true identity of Russia, which has been shattered and actively attacked by the dissolution of the USSR.
This against you, and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, "Okay, very well." That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not the...
No, No, you weren't.
An inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion: the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous, it's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know?
This is unhinged. This is unhinged. He's trying to justify an invasion in 2022 with what happened in 2008. 14 years later. Like, I'm trying to really convey this, right? Oh my god. He's trying to say, well, in 2008, Ukraine could have joined NATO. Even though they were ruled by a Russian-backed dictator who ordered his police to fire on protesters, peaceful protesters. Yeah, I just find that very interesting, you know? It's a very interesting thing. And it really seems like they're just gonna go, well, you know, they could have joined NATO in 2008, so, you know, that justifies our invasion now, because otherwise they would have joined NATO. He's gonna completely ignore the fact that they can't join NATO because there's currently a land dispute with Crimea. That land dispute's been going on since 2014, right after his guy got kicked out of the presidency. So, like, what? There was not really a window for Ukraine in an actual democratic system to join NATO. So this point is already full of bullshit, and he's gonna waste the next 40 minutes of our life on it.
I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again.
It's true. This entire interview is predicated and predating on, like, an ignorant audience.
Well, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk. But with whom? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed.
It's a neutral state. If it didn't take steps to join NATO, that doesn't change. Did it become a part of NATO? No. It's still not a part of NATO.
Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014?
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The US supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The US supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the US something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not provide for, was organized.
I appreciate that.
Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power. Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside the independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician, I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine, and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the US told us. Calm.
Yes, you see, I could totally back up my points, but it would be rude. How can anyone listen to this with a straight face? For real.
Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former
Man, what the hell?
Vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job. Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So, in 2008, the doors of NATO were opened for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept it.
Yeah, there was a horrible, no good, dirty coup against the guy who was hopelessly corrupt and like shooting protesters dead in the streets.
The coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created the threat.
It wasn't a coup. He literally ran away. He ran away to live in exile in Russia because he was a Russian stooge.
To Crimea, which we had to take under our protection.
Yeah, we had to take Crimea under our protection, you know?
They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the US political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
But that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Oh, good. We're back at the very first question. Hooray!
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany...
Oh, so it wasn't NATO aggression. It was your desire to take over Ukraine. Cool.
Poland and France.
How long has it been? We are 48 minutes in. We've probably been watching for about 2 hours.
Arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea?
Why threatening Crimea? Well, it might have something to do with the fact that you invaded Crimea. Man, come on. This is so lazy. This is so lazy.
By launching an operation in Donbass. This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost $5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that
the bloody developments of the Maidan were inflicted by your guy, the revisionism at play here, I need you all to understand, is insane. This is like Clown World alternate reality nonsense. I'm feeling gaslit. Good. You should feel that way, because that's exactly what's happening.
that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that, but we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that. And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leader
Russia broke the Minsk agreements. This is wild, dog.
Leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to get...
If you guys keep doing that, this is going to be bad.
We're going to act.
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbass territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014.
Oh, yeah, okay, Ukraine was behind the entire war, guys. Pack it up and go home, you silly gooses. You silly billies. You all thought it was Russia? No. Ukraine's been behind it the entire time.
Our goal is to stop this war.
Truly sinister stuff.
And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Why'd you keep Crimea? They needed to keep it safe. Of course.
I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This
Ah, there it is, OS Crane.
means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements.
Mhm.
This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year.
Yeah.
Завершился в Стамбуле в прошлом году в начале. Но
And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents.
Of course.
My counterparts in France and Germany said,
Германия говорили, ну как ты себе представляешь, как они будут подписывать?
how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev.
Извините, от Киева.
As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin
Договоренности, достигнутые в Стамбуле.
and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe.
Вот,
That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
да.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean? What is,
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас
What would
об
that
этом сказать.
mean? I just can't
Это
get
очень
it.
важный вопрос.
Walk me through it, please.
Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification.
Искать, как говорят некоторые аналитики.
After gaining independence,
Why do you say
Ukraine
it
began
weird
to
like that?
search, as some Western analysts say,
Как
its
поставить
identity.
во главу угла этой идентичности на
And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler.
которые сотрудничали с Гитлером. Я уже говорил, что
I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia.
но в силу
What false heroes? It doesn't matter. We've already gotten so far in that it literally doesn't matter what he's saying, because everything he's saying is nonsense. Like you get that, right, guys? Like he can say literally anything. It's just nonsense at this point.
исторического развития
But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior.
идентичность. И вели себя очень жестоко. Это все осталось в памяти.
There were also attempts to destroy their identity.
Когда началась Вторая мировая война, часть этой
All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom.
она начала сотрудничать с Гитлером, полагая, что
The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too.
которые с Гитлером сотрудничали.
Hmm.
Вот отсюда вот эта жестокая
Interesting.
резня.
This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries
Yeah.
fight against them.
Yeah.
But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany.
Yeah, of course.
Они на флагах, они их имена кричат.
These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians.
Это люди, которые уничтожали поляков, евреев и русских. Надо
It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, закончим. Вы же задали
Yeah,
вопрос по
nah. Nah, dog.
неонацизму и
Of course not.
денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification.
Замалчивается на Западе.
Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. The story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries.
Спикер парламента.
The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II?
Yeah, this is some very prolonged foreplay on their sex tape. I'm very disappointed by how long we're getting blue-balled here.
Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the
Ah, yes, you see, they're all Nazis. Problem solved. No need to look further into it than that. No, sir. No, sir, Bob.
entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man. How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism. But how? How do you do that?
Послушайте.
By replacing it with the true nationalism, Tucker. Russian nationalism. Haven't you been listening? My God.
Ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Он, казалось бы, тонкий. Он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky. You say Hitler has been dead for so many years, 80 years. But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today?
This is such a dishonest framing. Like, all the people knew in this room, they are not condoning Nazism. They didn't know that the guy that they were applauding was an SS officer. we covered this when it happened. All they knew was that he was like a veteran from Ukraine. That's it. This is ignorance. But this will definitely play to Tucker Carlson's base of MAGA folk who don't know any better, who don't follow this, and who will fall into this trap that has been dug for them.
That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is.
Are we about to get JQing? They've been JQing.
My question was a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you...
How on earth do you listen to the last hour of what he said, Tucker, and conclude he doesn't want to capture Kyiv?
You eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control. What do you do about that?
А вы знаете, как вам не покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле...
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that We have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carlson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine, peace talks?
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew...
They were almost finalized. We almost had peace. And then those dirty, dirty, dastardly Ukrainians. Why, they sunk the entire deal, of course.
Drew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said. The other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the President of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about this settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him.
Thank you, Foxy Cheshire.
I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No.
God. Like, the obsequiousness is disgusting to me. How does anyone watch this and go, ah, yes, Tucker Carlson's doing a really serious interview. He's a serious newsman pursuing a serious story. And, like, he's like, like, guffawing over any, like, weird thing that Putin says.
Oh, why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way...
Folks, we have 89 likes on the stream. We need 15 more to hit 100. I think we can do it. I believe in you. Don't disappoint me. Please.
I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there, in Ukraine, by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022?
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
This does seem like a bad thing. Why don't you do the thing? That would make it less bad. Well, you see, Tucker, I have a lot of very compelling reasons for why I don't do the thing that would make it less bad. Oh, that makes sense. I'll believe you at face value. Ha ha!
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat. We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier?
Also, Ico Rules, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And we're covering this Tucker Carlson, Vladimir Putin interview. And we've been live for 6.5 hours. I'm a socialist. I talk about politics, news, all that stuff. Sometimes video games. Please consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, or you could come on over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button and the like button on the YouTube stream. You only need 11 more to hit 100 likes. Let's go! And you could also consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, the location of the one true chat, the on-screen chat. So consider coming on over. Hey, Marianne now. And also, again, we have been going for 6.5 hours, folks. Consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what makes this show possible. It's what allows me to live. It's what allows me to continue making content for all you fine folks. And I certainly appreciate it on a very deep and profound level. So thank you, everybody, for chipping in when you can. If we got any Oilers out there, I'd love to see them. We got any BWAers out there? Love to see them too. So come on, folks, you silly gooses. We're gonna finish this interview now.
Here, why would I call him?
And by finish, I mean struggle through the last hour of it.
What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Yeah, we're only halfway
NATO
through
is
OS
worried
Crane.
about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
I'm sorry. I'm doing my best.
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland.
Yeah, no problem,
Latvia,
Abyssal
expansion.
I hope my commentary is actually adding to it. There's just so much bullshit where I feel like if I were to take the time to break down every lie that is happening here, we would be here until like 4 days from now, you know? Suffice it to say, a lot of it is like blatant historical revisionism and like laced with like white nationalist neo-Nazi talking points. Like this is the interview a fascist would give to try and make himself palatable to a ostensibly not on board public.
Behavior is. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
This interview is the feel-bad comedy of the year.
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally you don't.
Это абсолютно исключено.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war.
Глобальная война поставить на грань.
And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious.
Uh-huh.
There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow Russia will use that.
You've been the ones threatening to do that. That's because of Russian communications. That's not coming out of nowhere.
No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
Это провокация.
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that.
Солдаты должны воевать.
I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place.
Безусловно.
I mean, I have to be honest. I have to be honest when it comes to like issues of like NATO expansion, like I don't find that a very compelling argument when it comes to the reason behind Russia invading Ukraine. If anything, that's a justification for why the other countries join NATO. It's a validation of their reasoning, right? And when we talk about why NATO exists, it exists specifically to avoid situations like this. I mean, and that's not even getting into the fact that like Ukraine never could have joined NATO like from 2014 onward due to the fact that like they had an ongoing land dispute which prohibits them from joining NATO. It's against like the NATO charter for people with land or countries with land disputes to join the defensive alliance. And like yeah, I have no problem with defensive alliances on paper. It's like I'm not a fan of NATO or anything, but like this is kind of an unavoidable problem when you start talking about international diplomacy and geopolitics, right? People are going to like create defensive blocks. Yeah, of course. Of course NATO serves U.S. interests. That's not part of the argument, really. I don't understand. I don't understand. I feel like I'm missing something here. But like just because something serves US interests doesn't necessarily make it bad, right? Like if NATO had prevented say Russia from invading Poland, I think that would be good. It would be a good thing to dissuade Russia from invading Poland. I think that's a good thing. I think Russia invading countries is bad. I also think the US invading countries is bad. Generally speaking, bad. I just... NATO expansion I don't understand that aspect of it. Like, oh no, a defensive alliance that only triggers if a foreign country invades a member of the defensive alliance. Oh no! That's... I don't understand the objection, I guess. Like, I think there are very few things that are less objectionable than an organization that exists specifically to deter like foreign wars.
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops...
Yeah, I agree. We should be against American imperialism and Russian imperialism. I agree. I see NATO expansion as perhaps a threat to Russia's imperial agenda. I don't necessarily see it as a threat, like a threat of America's imperialism. America doesn't, for the most part, doesn't engage in imperialism through NATO. For the most part, we're pretty goddamn good at engaging imperialism on our own, you know? Like, through, like, organizations like the IMF. Like, the IMF, I would argue, is a much more, like, effective and widely used tool of imperialism by the United States than, like, any other organization. Like, if anything, we should be talking about that. Like, the predatory loans being given out to, like, Latin American and African nations are, I think, like, a much bigger deal.
Troops that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious.
Hey,
Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement, already understanding the situation?
Yeah, okay. Look, as far as my understanding of the peace negotiations is, my understanding is essentially that the peace negotiations with Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, have essentially gone, hey, Russia, can we have peace? Are you willing to do a total and complete surrender to Russia? No? Then no. Like, that has been the negotiation for peace between Russia and Ukraine.
Situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end, and realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
What a weird laugh. Russia has defensive alliances. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have a defensive alliance. It's called the Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO. It was formed in 2002. Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and Tajikistan. Like, they have a defensive alliance.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, your intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West, did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States, because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, and it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2.
I mean, I agree. My main contention with Putin is that he is anti-communist, and I don't know that Putin is actually against the Soviet Union. I think you might be wrong on that one. But like, yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of NATO's involvement in Libya. Mainly my my point of reference on that one is essentially that they were involved to establish a no-fly zone, and in order to enforce a UN Security Council resolution, which passed again without any votes against it. So I don't know exactly why NATO got involved initially, though I would argue it's probably for similar reasons to the reason they got involved in the Serbian genocide. That's my understanding anyway.
Was damaged. But one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We're ready, please. There's another route through Poland, called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are 2 gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons.
Yeah, no, he knows he's reached a point in the interview where he can switch his coding. give Tucker some clips he can use, and like the mainstream media over here, different clips they can use to speak to their Republican base. This is for the positive press coverage that's going to come from this.
Open up the valve, please. Let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant.
Is that true? Is he bringing back the flag of the Soviet Union? That's crazy. Konnichiwa, I'm not entirely sure about the Libyan gold stand. I've also heard something about this, like the idea that Libya and Gaddafi were going to establish like a Pan-African currency. I've heard some about this. I don't know that I've seen enough that convinces me of it. Apparently the claims are traced back to Hillary Clinton, but those claims have been debunked. So the actual source for a lot of this is unknown. Allegedly, it came from a 2015 leaked email, but this isn't necessarily verified. Yeah, apparently, like, U.S. officials didn't actually believe it within the government. So I don't know how operable that would have been to, like, motivate the U.S. to launch an entire, like, global campaign against Libya.
Prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence.
Wait, so it is true. He's bringing back the Soviet flag. That's crazy.
Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. A human brain is divided into two hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that, thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the US political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission.
You know, this is particularly ironic because the entire way that Russia has been able to keep its economy afloat has been by printing money like crazy and basically taking on more and more debts. Like this is this is exactly how they're keeping their own economy afloat right now.
Как только политическое руководство приняло решение использовать доллар в качестве инструмента политической борьбы.
Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow.
I don't know that the by the way, konnichiwa, I don't know that the justification in Libya was like genocide, like preventing genocide. I think instead it was preventing like systemic like elimination of like political rivals, which I don't know falls into the same realm. My understanding was that there was like some sort of like investigation by the International Criminal Court, and they found that like there were hundreds of civilians being like executed by the Gaddafi government in systematic ways. And this was prior to the like civil war breaking out. So like, yeah, I think that's largely part of what contributed to it. Like the like knowing that system was in place, and then also the aftermath during the civil war where things escalated from there. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. People feel free to correct me or point me towards sources. Yeah, they sold their currency reserves. Now they're selling gold reserves and the money printer's going burr. Yeah. I mean, the Russian economy is definitely going to collapse at some point. I don't know exactly how long they can limp along in the way that they are, but probably a few more years at least.
Was dealt to this American power.
Hey, Doom Nukem.
I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles.
I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, that was part of the justification after, like, but again, by the International Criminal Court. I think I'm just putting that out there. The justification was that, and along with, like, you know, the atrocities that followed. So, yeah, my understanding is that NATO did not take, like, active part for most of the fighting. A lot of it was ostensibly to establish like a no-fly zone, though I know that that definitely escalated into actual like military action. So I don't know exactly the sequence of events. I just don't think that it's exactly the same as like NATO invaded their country. Like it was leading a coalition authorized by the UN Security Council, and like that failing is definitely probably on like the entire world, or at least all of the members of the Security Council, which includes Russia. Includes a lot of countries. I think there are 12 members.
And about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US.
But
you're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy?
You're all right, Doom Nukem.
In a way that's not good for
Don't
their
worry about
sovereignty.
it. I know you're quoting Peacemaker.
Don't worry about that.
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before.
Those boogeymen.
It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again, through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs.
Yes. I mean, he's not wrong here, but yeah, that's because there are billions of people in China.
Especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the US government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already 230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing, our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022 it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United...
Yeah, like, it's an economic trade bloc, but it's not as intimidating as he's making it out to be. Like, BRICS has potential, but I don't necessarily see it going particularly far. But who knows?
United States adapt with the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, pardon me, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much.
Man, Putin looks so different in the past. Like, his face has completely changed.
I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans.
I mean, I think he actually looks younger now than he did in those pictures. He looks kind of like a corpse in the other ones. But that's probably Botox.
But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader. It is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that...
It'd be really nice if the multipolar world wasn't full of, like, far-right fascist dictators. It'd be really nice if that was the case. I'd like that a lot, actually. Good night, Dustin the Dam. Thanks for the 100 biddies on the way out. I appreciate it.
That one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA...
Yeah, I mean, multipolarity is a good thing in, like, a select set of circumstances, right? Like, multipolar isn't necessarily great if it leads you to mutually assured destruction or, like, never-ending wars in in other countries around the world. You know, that not the best. Not the best. If it keeps some sort of peaceful equilibrium, I guess I'm in favor of it, but like I don't know. I would like to see an end of imperialism, but I feel like that's wishful thinking at this point. Maybe I'll live to see that, but I doubt it.
They come second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the 5th place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long, you've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
Yeah, British Empire, largest empire on Earth. It was pretty bad at keeping that empire together, though. Like, I think, like, in a select set of circumstances, a unipolar world can be decent, especially if it sets the stage for a disintegration into a multipolar world that is more equitably balanced. Have to destroy capitalism to end imperialism. Ain't that always the truth?
I don't know. America is a complex country. Conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation?
Hey, keeper Fenno. Colonialism is hard. That's why we're now doing neo-colonialism. Why bother doing actual colonialism when you can just get the IMF to basically do your colonialism for you, huh?
Each state regulates itself. Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very...
I think he does speak English, Technica, but I don't know that he's, like, comfortable in it, you know, especially for an interview that he probably sees as a colossally important or meaningful PR win for him and his country on the world stage, you know?
Very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats, and within this party system the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure.
Again, they can't be dragged into NATO if they're engaged in a land dispute, which they are because you invaded Crimea, and they never officially acknowledged that annexation. So they literally can't join NATO. That entire point is moot. It's not a thing that can happen.
Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter, it is already in, the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing.
Couldn't they just say, okay, fuck Crimea, we NATO now? I suppose they could. But they're not going to. They haven't done that. But also, if they had done that, Russia wouldn't be invading Ukraine right now. You know, like that's kind of the inherent tension, right? That if they had officially ceded their land to Russia, the rest of Ukraine wouldn't currently be invaded right now because they'd be protected by NATO. Like NATO would have gone to war against Russia and nukes would have been flying. But now, since they're being invaded, they can't, they also can't join NATO.
Growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing.
I agree, though I hazard the guess that now that Russia has invaded Ukraine, NATO is going to be around for like another century. Because it's going to be viewed as like a necessity. It's going to be viewed as like a, oh, well, you know, we don't want to like be invaded by a foreign power, whether it's Russia or China. So they're going to join a defensive alliance to prevent that from happening, you know? Forlorn, that's a good point. Even if they had given up claims to Crimea, they still had a civil conflict with Russian-backed forces in the Donbass.
As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write that. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made.
Where was the military alliance against the U.S. invading Iraq? Iraq wasn't part of a defensive military alliance. Probably should have been. Would have been beneficial to defending that country. Yeah, absolutely.
In 1990, it's a threat to your country. Right before,
again, this is why geopolitically defensive alliances are highly coveted. Like they're very inconvenient if you have targets set on you by a stronger country with a larger military.
Or you send troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
Konnichiwa, we agree on that one. If Iraq had nukes, the United States would not have invaded.
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreement.
Again, this is another one, right? Like, oh, if a country joins NATO, they're under complete US control, like they're being puppeteered. They're not. That's not how a defensive alliance works.
Agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory. And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there.
Chat, we can get 7 more likes. I believe in you guys. You guys, there are 7 more likes in this chat right now. I can look at it. I see the likes just milling around. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the follow button over on Twitch. And consider dropping some subs or donos if you've been enjoying this coverage. I gotcha.
That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all the southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced
NATO isn't controlling its members. It's a defensive alliance. Their militaries all work together in concert with the UN and are pledged to come to each other's mutual aid and defense. Holy shit, I just realized it's 5 hours later. Yeah, we've been going for 7 hours, chat. So consider dropping some subs or donos for your girl.
Announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory.
Hey, OS Crane, Migs over in YouTube chat says, please tell OS Crane they are cool for me. Really appreciate their takes. Yeah, OS Crane, you've been aces this stream. I appreciate you.
Is that normal? All this put together.
There's a tab up top for donations or subscribe if you're over on the Riverbet site.
Led to the decision to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yup. In 2014, when they ousted Viktor Yanukovych, the guy who was shooting protesters in the street with snipers. Yeah, and then fled the country. Yeah. No, it was neo-Nazis, definitely. All of the protesters, neo-Nazis, apparently. The entire revolution, the Euromaidan, was entirely Nazis. It's crazy. Source: I made it the fuck up.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement? to this conflict.
Ah, yes, we've only just now come to the propaganda and lies. Not the previous hour and a half.
I don't know the details. Of course, it's
Konnichiwa, if I look up the 2014 Euromaidan coup, you telling me I'm gonna find U.S. funding? Let's see. So, from what I can see, just very cursory look here, the extent of U.S. Support seems to be a football game, or a soccer game, I guess, was rescheduled. 20 Ukrainian officials had visa bans imposed upon them. And John McCain and Democratic Senator Chris Murphy said in 2013 that, looking at the crowds of Maidan, said Ukraine will make Europe better and Europe will make Ukraine better. We are here to support your just cause, the sovereign right of Ukraine to determine its own destiny freely and independently. Speaking to CNN the same day, McCain said, "What we're trying to do is bring about a peaceful transition here that would stop the violence and give the Ukrainian people what they unfortunately have not had. This is a grassroots revolution, etc., etc., etc." Okay. In December 2013, the Victoria Nuland said in a speech to the U.S.-Ukraine Foundation, the U.S. had spent about $5 billion on democracy-building programs in Ukraine since 1991. I think that this is a very different admission than funding the coup. The Russian government seized on this statement, claiming it was evidence the U.S. was orchestrating a revolution. Let's see. Yeah, Victoria Nuland, the Victoria Nuland call, I know this one from 2014 is just like Nuland and Ukraine and the ambassador to Ukraine talking about like who they'd like to see in charge in the new Ukrainian government, but I don't think this is like really any evidence to say that like the US sent money to fund the military action against like the Ukrainian government. A lot of people say the protests were funded by U.S. NGOs. I don't care what a lot of people say. I care about evidence. Like, citation of that happening needed. I don't think that's actually too tall of an order, considering it happened 10 years ago. Like you know, I don't think it is unheard of that a bunch of people protesting corruption in the government might react violently to sniper fire. Literally earlier that year, Viktor Yanukovych was accused of having stolen $70 billion from the Ukraine's budget. Like, my God. The U.S. wouldn't have supported the Maidan protests if it didn't help the U.S. Well, yeah, obviously it helped the U.S. That all countries operating on a geopolitical level operate in their best interests. Obviously, that's the case. But I also think that the extent of the support is very much overblown, considering that, again, the extent of it is democracy building organizations like getting like $100 million a year, $75 million a year for over the course of like 20 years, and then like moving a soccer match, and then John McCain like giving a short speech one time. I don't think this is the extent of the support. I don't think that this is like, oh my God, the horror. They're providing Stinger missiles to the rebels. Like, no, that's not the same thing. The United States honestly would be a lot sloppier at doing that.
Difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have.
Wait. The Berkut killing protesters, and it being proven documentation of the kill orders, and then finding evidence of the Berkut dishing guns they used to kill protesters nearby river. Oh yeah, that was right. That was just right sector. Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe overthrowing a Russian stooge in this case is probably a good thing. Just overall on the net scale of humanity.
His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against fascism?
Yep, all Ukrainians are neo-Nazis now.
He was a frontline soldier. I will not tell you what he answered. This is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists, because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people.
Again, Konnichiwa, you've provided no evidence that the US overthrew a Ukrainian dictator there. By all accounts, the Maidan was an extraordinarily popular uprising against Viktor Yanukovych. Again, a guy who was accused and credibly found guilty of absconding with $70 billion of taxpayer money. Doesn't win you a whole lot of friends when you steal $70 billion of the public's money. Doesn't win you a whole lot of friends in the eyes of the public when your security forces are given kill orders against the civilian population. Like, I again, more citation needed to do the legwork of being like, oh yes, the funding for pro-democracy organizations actually went to buying missiles or something, or guns or whatever. Man, I'm asking for some critical thinking here, and I feel like it's not that big of an ask here to be like, yes, well, clearly there's a conspiracy here because John McCain said something once, and because there was funding for like foreign democracy programs starting in the 90s. I'm asking for something even like slightly more substantial. Like I don't know, like were US soldiers involved in the Maidan? Did we ship them weapons? Did the money we send them go to weapons? Like, come on. Did I miss watching this interview before? Did Putin really just make the claim of all Ukrainians are neo-Nazis? Essentially, yeah. That he's basically arguing that if they are not pro-Russia, they are neo-Nazis, and they are neo-Nazis propped up by foreign influence, essentially, is his argument.
People to end
that his argument is essentially if denazification successfully takes place, all remaining Ukrainians will join Russia with joy in their hearts. Yeah.
the war in Ukraine. He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world? Can he do that, do you think?
Ну, а почему нет? Он же
Why
считает
not?
себя главой государства.
He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of
Bye,
power
Forlorn.
for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed.
I'm sorry. The evidence of, well, the U.S. has done other coups is not compelling. You need actual evidence. I'm sorry. I know that's very inconvenient. Yes, the United States has a long history of doing them. You still need to show your work on this one. Saying, well, it looks like the United States could have done it. That's not an argument. That's conspiracism.
He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arhamia is his last name.
Narodia, that is the most accurate take. In geopolitics, all actors are bad. There are no good guys. In geopolitical terms, everyone is out for their own self-interest. And this is, by the way, why I am fundamentally opposed in the extreme long term against the existence of states, because I think they lead to that kind of collective thinking, right? But yeah, like that is where we're at when we talk about global political issues.
I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the...
But I also don't talk about that position very often because I don't find it very politically expedient if someone's first introduction to me is like, oh, I'm an anti-statist. Like, that's not particularly useful. So I don't talk about it that much. And I honestly have no way of actually articulating what a world without states would look like. So I just avoid talking about it generally.
The president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time,
we would never turn back negotiations. We would just make our demands so ridiculous that no one would ever agree to them. That's not the same thing.
Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arakamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and we refused this. Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You've said you're orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know, as I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then, gradually, over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength.
Yeah, honestly, this seems like his method of doing kind of like a sideways divine right of kings type of argument. You know? You tried to send a link of what? What did you try to send me?
This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire.
Yeah. I'm sure there was very equitable treatment. I'm sure there was no religious discrimination whatsoever. Haha. Again, no matter what the UK would have done, the terms of any kind of peace agreement that Russia has put forward are completely unacceptable to the Ukrainians. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the UK does. Even if the UK rescinded all of their support tomorrow, Ukraine would continue to fight. Even if every country on earth cut off support to Ukraine, they'd fight with sticks and stones and tooth and nail. They're not going to surrender. And just cede their territory or be completely conquered to Russia. That's just not going to happen. Unless untold suffering was inflicted upon them, untold numbers of bodies, tens of millions, that's what we're talking about. The UK didn't scuttle the peace deal. Russia did at every step of the way, because again, the terms of any peace deal that Russia has put forward have been that Ukraine unilaterally surrender. That Ukraine cede a third to a fifth of the a third to like a half of their territory. Like it's ridiculous. Yeah, the prerequisites to that agreement was annexation of regions both occupied and unoccupied, and it was right after the Bucha massacre was uncovered. Not a shot in fucking hell Ukrainians were accepting that deal. Yeah, that's the other part. Like, as more and more mass graves keep being found in Ukraine, you know, that kind of spurs the Ukrainians on to never accept any kind of, like, lopsided peace deal, which, again, Russia deliberately puts forward.
This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to...
You know, it's really interesting to watch Russia just kind of embrace, like, a theocratic fascism. It's super cool.
Or to Europe from Latin America, and even clearer and...
Nah, the Ukraine war is actually pretty straightforward. Russia is attempting, Russia under Putin, a dictator, an authoritarian dictator, who has goals and dreams of rebuilding the Russian Empire, and via, you know, ascribing to the myth of the Soviet Union, invaded what they saw as a vulnerable target. You have to remember, at the initial onset of this war, they thought it was going to be like a week-long endeavor. They thought it was going to be nothing to take over this country. It was an opportunistic land grab that has gone horribly wrong for them. And now it's their new Vietnam. It's Russia's new Afghanistan. There we go. The idea here that, like, it's more nuanced than that, it's not. They just lie about why they're doing it, because their entire media apparatus is controlled by this guy who's spewing out, like, blood and soil arguments to justify attacking Ukraine. Like, even if you just straight up believe everything he's saying, even if you grant everything he's saying, it still doesn't justify the invasion. Like, oh, well, we're culturally the same. Oh, well, you know, everyone who disagrees with me in Ukraine is a Nazi. And, you know, really everyone who does agree with me wants to be part of Russia. Like, it's insane. These are insane arguments to make, even if you grant that he's being sincere about all of them. Yeah, the first half of this interview was writing out like a 500-year-long alternate history about how Ukraine is actually Russian. And he wouldn't be spending that amount of time on this if that wasn't like one of his fundamental reasons. It's not the other things.
More understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to...
Now, is it messy? Yes, it's a messy conflict. But the onset of this war is actually fairly simple. Russia invaded Ukraine in order to try and do a land grab. And I feel like that is very definitively shown by basically every source you can find. You'll find some people saying, oh, it was because of NATO expansionism. That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
To you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family. And our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, It is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland.
Yeah, and what he means by that is not just what is Russia now, but all places that used to be under Russian control.
That is why patriotic
This is just an argument to like create the Russian nationalist ethno-state. Like that's his argument. His argument is just all of these people are ethnically Russian and we should have a Russian ethno-state. And this is crazy. This is nonsense rhetoric.
sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
Oh, really? Wait, I didn't know that, O.S. Crane. Novorossiya doesn't just extend to former territories, but to those Nicholas was intent on conquering. It's literally a fantasy. Like the Russian Empire never even extended as far as that. That's crazy. By supporting Ukraine, you are by extension supporting the U.S., which is objectively an imperialist country. That's why I can't in good conscience support Ukraine. That's insane. That's an insane layer of argumentation. That's actual brain rot. I'm sorry. That's like me saying, well, you know, Americans eat food, and that in turn supports the imperialist machine. Ergo, if you are a true proponent of the real socialism, you should simply stop eating if you're American. That's crazy. Like, I understand opposing imperialism. I get it. I also oppose imperialism, okay? But to say you object to, like, good outcomes is weird to me. Is Ukraine an ally of the U.S.? Yes or no? What does that have to do with anything? Your argument here is like, I don't support Ukraine because Ukraine is allied with the U.S. and the U.S. is imperialist. Well, I'm a U.S. citizen. Should I just go blow my brains out? I'm in the U.S. I'm supporting the imperial network. Like, what? By existing? Like, what? Yes? No? That's like your argument taken to an extreme. But Russia is also imperialist. Oh no. What now? I'm a U.S. citizen, that's why I criticize the U.S. the most. If you were a true anti-imperialist and a U.S. citizen, though, I hear some people are saying, like, the most effective thing is to stop eating. Because then you can't productively contribute to the U.S.'s imperialism, you see. Like, you understand, like, your argument's brain rot, right? Like, you're in favor of a country being invaded and having their people massacred because you want to oppose U.S. imperialism, because you think that this country is allied with the United States in a way. What is one country being invaded by an imperial power a good thing now? That's insane. I want more critical thinking, please. I just, is that too much to ask, guys? Okay, but in this conflict, Konichiwa, you're saying that if you support Ukraine fighting for its independence from the imperialist power of Russia, you shouldn't, because because Ukraine is allied with the United States, which is also an imperialist power? Like, what is your logic here? Again, saying you don't support Russia or Ukraine, you support multipolarity, that doesn't mean anything. What does this mean? What do you want to have happen in this conflict? Like, if you were to write the future of the conflict, what would it be? I'm sorry, but that's how much I oppose U.S. imperialism. I can't support an ally of the U.S. So you're in favor of a country being invaded by another imperial power. That you're in favor of Russia invading Ukraine. Right? To really drill down on this, right? That's what you're saying? So the thing you said immediately before this about not supporting Russia is just a lie. You support Russia invading Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know. If you're committed to opposing US imperialism, but you're not also opposing other forms of imperialism by other countries, I feel like your politics are being fueled by team sports rather than actual ideology. And I feel like that's deeply unserious. It's unfortunate.
Очень легко. Если речь идет о защите себя и своей...
It is very...
The U.S. is objectively more imperialist than Russia. In Ukraine? Because I don't think that's the case. I don't think the United States has invaded Ukraine and caused the wounding or death of 500,000 people. I love that your justification for 500,000 war casualties being inflicted on Ukraine is, well, the US has done more imperialism in the past. Like, oh, well, that's such a great justification for the untold suffering of millions in Ukraine. How noble of you. Wowee. How cool of you. I'm sure that's such a great comfort to the people in Ukraine. Oh, well, you know, we had to get bombed. We had to get our limbs blown off by Russian aircraft. Because, you know, the US did imperialism elsewhere in the world in the past and right now. So I guess we have to let this bad thing happen. I'm against the worst of two evils. Okay, question. What's the worst case scenario here if Ukraine wins and Russia isn't able to successfully take over their country? What's the bad outcome there? To be fair, I support a peace deal. No, you already said you support the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Fuck off with this I support a peace deal bullshit when we've already established that Russia doesn't want a peace deal and is actively invading Ukraine. They are the aggressor and you're in favor of that. So what do you want to what would actually be the what would be the horrible outcome for Ukraine to win? What's the horrible outcome, the worst of the two evils in this situation? Paint a picture for me. What happens after Ukraine wins? Because if Russia wins, then Ukrainians are systematically oppressed, forcibly integrated into the Russian economy and world. Again, we've had blood and soil arguments from this man on screen for like the last 4 hours. We're talking like a neo-Nazi equivalent here. By an unelected dictator who's ruling until 2036 and is openly fascist, who is already jailing people for wearing fucking rainbow earrings. So tell me in detail, what is the greater evil here should Ukraine prevail? Again, peace is not an option because Russia does not make peace an option. They are invading the country. They could stop at any time. So what's the greater evil here? What's the greater evil should Ukraine win? You said you're in favor of the lesser of two evils, which is Russia's invasion. So tell me what the greater evil is. I want to know. I want to know. Feel like that's not a terribly hard question to ask about your position. I think apart from the peace deal should be that Ukraine not join NATO after the conflict ends. So to reiterate here, your version of the greater of the evils is that after Ukraine successfully fights off Russia, that they might join NATO, and that is the worst case scenario that justifies 500,000 people being killed or wounded in this conflict, including women, children, and the elderly, with millions more being displaced across Europe. That's a worthwhile cost because their country is allied with the United States. I just don't want NATO and Ukraine to do provocative actions near the Russian... What the... You don't want Ukraine and NATO to do provocative actions near Russia's border. That's all. You've been justifying the Russian invasion. Russia's the one doing the provocative action here that you're in favor of. I don't... That's insane. You understand how that's insane, right? Russia's invading Ukraine. They've done massacres of civilians in Ukraine. Man, dude. They were doing the provocative actions before the invasion. What was NATO doing before the invasion? Ukraine couldn't have joined NATO. That wasn't a possibility for them. Which you would know if you knew anything about NATO. But and Ukraine was doing aggressive actions? Like what? What was Ukraine doing that was going to provoke a Russian invasion? What exactly was Ukraine doing? All of its provocative actions near the border after, Russia forcibly seized Crimea in 2014. I don't think you actually know anything about this conflict. It's similar to the provocative actions near the North Koreans' border at the DMZ. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You do not understand a single thing you're talking about. That's crazy. Oh yeah. Ukraine's really the one that's been doing all of the provocative action. Ignore the part where Russia annexed illegally its territory and funded insurgencies within Ukraine. Ignore those. Ignore all of those. Ignore the fact that, Russia's military dwarfs Ukraine's by, multiple times over. Ignore the fact that every military strategist going into this conflict said it was going to take 2 weeks max. And, oh my god, dude. TYT's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break it to you. The idea that NATO brought this conflict, when Ukraine isn't even a part of NATO, is insane. Oh, is Russia attacking Ukraine to prevent other countries from joining NATO? Well, I've got real shit news for you. By invading Ukraine, Russia prompted several more nations to join NATO. So if Russia's goal was to prevent people from joining NATO, they failed. They utterly and completely failed, and in fact have been consistently failing in that goal because more and more countries want to join NATO. My god. Russia was just supposed to trust Ukraine's word on what? You don't have to trust Ukraine's word on it. You look at NATO's rules and regulations. Joining NATO has to be done, unanimously. All of the member nations of NATO have to agree to new members of NATO. Additionally, you can't join NATO if there are ongoing land disputes, which there were in Ukraine since the time his puppet was ousted out of Ukraine. My goodness. Again, this is a problem that would be avoided if you knew anything about what you're talking about. Yeah, let's let Ukraine, non-nuclear Ukraine. Yeah, they were playing fast and loose against the border of Russia. And now Russia invaded. What are you talking about? Your logic here is moon logic. It's insane. Yeah, this non-nuclear country was totally just provoking Russia into invasion. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, NATO was founded to counter the Soviet Union. The defensive alliance continues beyond the death of the Soviet Union. And obviously, as we can see from Russia invading one of its neighbors, NATO still serves a purpose. My God. Russia wouldn't be invading Ukraine if it was part of NATO. Congrats, you played yourself. If the goal was limiting the number of people joining NATO, then you should have just let Ukraine in the first place, and then you'd have several less countries in NATO. It would actually be smaller now if Ukraine had joined NATO. Fuck, man. We're just gonna have to fundamentally disagree on the conflict. Well, yeah, because you think an imperial power invading Ukraine is good. That's our fundamental disagreement is that you're pro-imperialism just as long as the United States isn't doing it. You know, that's the fundamental disagreement we have. If you were actually consistent in opposing imperialism, you'd oppose imperialism in all its forms from all its sources, and you don't. I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. You did. You can scroll back up through your chat logs. You said you oppose Ukraine because Ukraine is an ally of the United States and the United States does imperialism. You said you are in favor of Russia's invasion. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know how else to put the ideas you're putting forward together. You justified Russia's invasion by saying that, like, it was preventing NATO from getting more nations in it and more powerful, which is, you know, if that's your real concern here, like, I hate to break it to you, Russia's invasion literally strengthened NATO. But Jack, if Ukraine joins NATO, it makes the modern Hearts of Iron 4 unbalanced. Maybe. I actually haven't played Hearts of Iron. I'm sorry. I'm a bad trans. Hamster Shadow, I don't think they're dishonest. I think they're being ideologically blind. It's something we talk about here on the channel sometimes, this idea of American diabolism, because there are some people who learn initially when getting into leftism that, like, as a general rule of thumb, you should oppose, like, the geopolitical actions of the United States. And I think that that's true as a general rule of thumb. The issue is that's not the only rule. That shouldn't be your guiding principle. And for a lot of people, it does become their guiding principle. And that ultimately is like the undoing of their entire ideological framework. You need to have good foundations. You need to know what you believe and why you believe it. You need to have a goal. And a lot of people just never get that. You make a valid point, but have you considered that America bad? I have indeed considered it, and generally speaking, I very much agree with it, but it's on you have to have a case-by-case basis. You have to know what the fuck you're talking about. And if your America bad framework takes you to a point where you're saying, actually, it's okay for an imperial power to invade a smaller country because they're a U.S. ally, and that makes it okay. Like I'm sorry, you do not have an ideological basis for your principles. All I'm doing is opposing the worst of two imperial countries. One is being invaded and about to be occupied by an imperialist country, and in the other situation, if they won, they would be independent and be able to self-determine. fundamentally, you are in favor of like a fascist authoritarian taking over and occupying a country of tens of millions of people. Because you think that if that country were allowed to exist just independently, democratically, as like an ally of the United States, that would be worse. And I vehemently disagree. I think the rhetoric you're doing is apologia for war crimes. I think it's apologia for like a fascist empire. And I hate it. I hate it. Sue me? Yeah, I've had way too much patience for this. Go fuck yourself. Sue me, lol. Yeah, you're so ideologically invested that that's how you end the conversation. Nice. Again, these people believe nothing. They have no ideological framework. It's just America bad. And if they had any shred of self-awareness, they would change their ways. They would repent. They would like understand that what they're advocating for is monstrous. Well, folks, we've now been going for 8 hours. Make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. My God, we're only 5 likes away. 3 likes away from hitting 100. I believe in you guys. And folks, consider dropping some subs or donos because frankly, that's what allows me to spend 8 hours, over 8 hours doing content like this, talking with you fine folks, and hopefully entertaining y'all. Mr. Anderson, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate that, and I hope folks like Shai Halud, Brianna Huffman, Shaka Cho Arroyo, Kabe Wu, and Mutiny all appreciate their new memberships. Hell yes, we love to see it. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. What a base Chad indeed. Nerodia!
Any white names left in chat?
Oh, we have so many white names left in chat, Nerodia. Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. We tend to have a lot of white name lurkers. So, yeah, definitely appreciated. And I see you finally got Calavera Kid. I think I got that one right. Hell yeah. Let's go. Thank you for compensating me for spending so much time in that infuriating conversation. It is pretty impressive though, like how I need to open up do open call-ins. I think I need to do that. I think I need to like start doing open call-ins again and like accept debates. I kind of miss debating like on voice chat. I feel like it would have made it so much more apparent that that person has like no actual skin in this fight. You know? I feel like it would have been more satisfying vocally. I am fascinated sometimes when people talk in circles for like an hour and a half and then like just absolutely have nothing at the heart of their argument. It's official, the Irish names are no longer white? Hell yeah. Good night, Erica. It's tough watching Tucker gaze at that old guy for so long. Yeah, let's finish this, huh?
It is very easy. When it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland, we won't attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start?
My God, Migs! Thank you for the $30 super chat over on YouTube. I think that's maybe one of the largest super chats we've ever gotten. Thank you for doing the Eldritch God's work of demolishing idiots verbally. Look, I'm doing what I can. Hopefully, like that's worth all of your time, all of my time. Hopefully, I didn't just just make us all dumber by association. Some days, I swear to God, some days I get on here, I'm like, I feel like Sisyphus. I'm just pushing that boulder up the hill, okay? Every day, boulder at the bottom, gotta push it up. And no more I've never felt more like Sisyphus than in that conversation.
Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future.
Yeah, we're protecting our people. Again, keep in mind when he says that they're protecting we're protecting our people, he's talking about the real Russia. You know, this concept he's mentioned over and over again throughout this, Novorussia, which is what he considers Russia and Russians, right? So he's not just talking about the Russians in the current borders of Russia. He's talking about a lot of people in a lot of other countries.
As for religion in general, you know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor. It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented.
Hamster Shadow, thank you.
Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul. After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
Russian people just think more about morals than other people. We're a more moral people. You know, it's I love seeing American exceptionalism in Russia. You know, Russian exceptionalism, so much less evil than American exceptionalism.
I'm not saying this is bad.
My God.
It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our minds
So
are
do you
built a
see
little
the
different.
supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
No, to be honest, I don't think so. My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
What?
It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had.
Wait a minute. This is just the divine right of kings. The entire time, like, my God. He's just trying to draw like a direct line from like God to his own like political movement and politics. Like this is it's crazy how openly fascist and intentionally fascist this is, especially compared to like Donald Trump. You know, like Donald Trump does fascism, and I don't think he's necessarily even really aware of it. You know, he's mostly just intuiting it as like a way to try and keep himself safe from the repercussions of his actions, right? But like Putin here is doing it for real, you know? And that should be terrifying.
Accustomed to. There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire. It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind. Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today. This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans. However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart. The difference with what is happening now is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does...
I see, Dark Canuck, I disagree. I think this speech is written for an American audience to legitimize Russia's position in the American eyes. This is a PR battle that Putin knows is going to go out far outside of Russia. This is him spreading his fascist justification to the rest of the world. To like try and essentially what he's trying to do is erode the foreign will to supply Ukraine. I believe that's what he's trying to do here. And I think that he looks around and he recognizes that other countries around that are supplying Ukraine with its desperately needed artillery shells, with its machinery, etc., that it's using to successfully fight off the Russian invasion. I think that he realizes if he can win the foreign PR war, if he can mainstream these talking points, which he's using Tucker Carlson to do, directly into the Republican Party, if he can mainstream those talking points, then he can really clamp down on the aid, the potential aid, that could come to Ukraine. It is both a pitch for normalizing relations and for ending supplies to Ukraine. It serves multi-purpose. Think he sounds reasonable? It's scary. Well, I think the issue is that he's very measured and polite, which I think for a lot of Americans seems reasonable. Like, it has the aesthetics of reasonability, you know? I think that the points he's saying are insane.
Does the AI empire start, do you think?
You're
Hamster Shadow,
asking
you did it.
increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man.
What is he talking about?
There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
Yeah. That's not going to go well.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. he will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him.
I don't know, Putin. I think you and I both know that there's some ways that we could stop him. You know what I'm saying? You old so-and-so.
Search for ways to persuade him.
He's
I think
talking about
he's a smart
transgender
person. I
people.
truly
Y'all are
believe he
superhuman.
is.
True.
So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
You know, controversial hot take here, but I think that if Putin really likes Elon Musk, we should let him have him, okay? We must transfer Elon Musk over to Russian control. Well, thanks for being here, Hamster Shadow. First time for everything.
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate
Oh, to be clear, he is basically a supervillain. He did personally order his political execution to be executed via Novichok poison in his underpants. And that assassination attempt failed, but that is very funny to know.
Prediction of what will happen. Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction. It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day. But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
That's actually a fairly decent thing for Tucker Carlson to ask, and unexpected.
If we give Elon to Russian, we'll have to call Twitter the Russian network.
Yeah, it might be the final blow to kill that thing. I agree. Let's do it. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Honestly, it's like a hollow gesture on Tucker's part because all of this was probably negotiated beforehand. But let's see his response.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил.
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps. When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services. Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question. There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it. But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels. I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes, and it's not my business, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was...
He's just a kid at the spry age of 32. Basically, 32's the new 25. Apparently there are actual talks ongoing about releasing him, but we'll see if it goes anywhere.
Was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that, and he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So
Tucker Carlson just signed his death warrant. JK, he's probably fine.
maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпион, что не шпион.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If person gets secret information and does that in conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact this is qualified as espionage, the fact has been proven as he was caught red-handed when he was
Sorry,
receiving.
I mean the Russian network.
There we go. There we go. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Let's go.
This information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the U.S. government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал.
I don't know who he was working for, but I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the US. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads.
What?
What kind of person is that?
What? That, I feel like that really came out of nowhere.
Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who...
Right. I didn't just like black out. I didn't just like black out and like miss something, right? Like that just came out of nowhere, right? That's not just me. Yeah, I feel like there were so many, like you needed to build that one up there. This is crazy.
Eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Gershkovich didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old like newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved.
Also, chat, we are 1 like away. We are 1 like away from 100 likes. Let's do it. I believe in us. I believe in you, more specifically.
In a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They're keeping in touch, so let them...
And I believe in the people hitting the dislike button. I believe you too can help boost this video in the algorithm.
do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovitz, may return to his motherland.
There we go. That's what I like to see. 100. Let's go.
Sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special
Good job,
Services
Catalina
to think
Gearbox.
about
Thank you for your
how
service.
they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true.
Everything has to be done in a calm manner. Tucker Carlson. I wonder if that's true. Like, what the hell was that? He's been so careful with his entire mannerisms this entire time.
With the war, though, also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question.
Hey, boiled peanuts.
And maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate.
Yeah, again, this is a position he has because their willingness to negotiate is putting forward unobtainable terms that they know are unobtainable. They have no intention of actually being able to obtain them. They're just putting them out over and over again. If someone offers you a deal that you couldn't possibly accept, that's not an actual negotiation.
It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the U.S. It is evident.
Whoa, was that chatter I was talking to earlier Vladimir Putin? Kind of seems like it.
I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, $72 billion was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to a negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree.
Yeah, I bet Putin would love that, since they're currently using North Korean munitions and tanks from World War II. Yeah, I'm sure he'd love no more munitions being sent to Ukraine.
We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult.
Hey,
because
Madison,
you already
go.
said correctly. It's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Man, I feel like a lot of people just genuinely don't understand that, even if you took away all foreign aid to Ukraine, Ukrainians would still fight. I think that some people genuinely just don't get it. It's like almost like the inverse of like American diabolism. It's like a American sainthood, you know, like nothing in this world can happen without without America either condoning it or condemning it. It's crazy.
Отказалась от переговоров. Я исхожу из
Well,
того, что они
if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out.
Пусть они от него отказываются.
It was not us who made this decision, it was them. So let them go back on it. That is it. However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, "We were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance." Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all.
Oh. So the argument here is that they were all going to agree to it, and then the Ukrainians pulled out because of Boris Johnson, but now they're so sad because they pulled out of it. But Putin's like, "Oh, but that deal is still on the table, though." But then if that was the case, then the conflict would be done, right? So he's just lying. This is just a lie. Cool. Like a blatant lie.
Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and
It was us who intensified the situation by invading Ukraine.
Decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass.
Ah, yes, the war that started in 2014 in Donbass. Uh-huh. Yeah, Ukraine was really waging a war against Russia in the Donbass. People have to be really brain dead to just nod along to this. This is nuts.
As I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to
some mental yoga. Yeah, no kidding.
I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when
No promise was made that NATO would not expand. That's not a thing that exists. It's not a single thing that exists.
The doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is
like, on top of like all of the other like unofficialities of like the claim, like, oh well, back in the day, you know, NATO promised us and now they're breaking their word. Russia literally signed a treaty in 1997 that recognized the right of like members of the Eastern Bloc to join NATO. Like, Eh. But, you know, no one ever wants to talk about that. No one ever wants to talk about the NATO-Russia Founding Act.
Pointless, though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stop negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
Я же сказал.
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will.
Варианты есть. Но если желание.
Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield.
Стратегического поражения России, поражения.
Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
Ну, вы знаете, это предмет переговоров.
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or, to put it more accurately,
Точнее сказать, хотят.
they are willing but do not know how to do it. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they are struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad.
Да, было бы смешно, если бы не было так грустно.
This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement.
Истерика там.
The hysteria. Half 500,000 people dead or wounded. It's crazy.
Внутренние проблемы.
You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation.
Все равно мы договоримся. И
But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway.
сегодняшней ситуации прозвучит.
It will take a lot of time, but they will heal.
Между народами восстановится. Потребует.
Like, again, what he's talking about is when they win, annex all of Ukraine and, like, formally fold in all Ukrainians into Russia. That's when he believes Russia will be made more whole and the wounds will heal.
Будет много времени.
I'll give you very unusual examples.
Совсем приведу вам необычный пример.
There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive."
Наши солдаты им кричат.
Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender."
Oh. And then everyone clapped. Because they were speaking Russian, which proves that they were really Russian.
And all of them perished.
И не сдаются.
They still identify themselves as Russian.
Они до сих пор русскими себя ощущают. В этом смысле то, что
What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever.
Растащили.
No, they will be reunited. The unity is still there.
Воссоединение произойдет. Оно никуда и не делось.
Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
Русскую православную.
Probably because it's spreading Russian propaganda and, like, also like leaking information to Russian forces. That's why it got disbanded.
Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together our souls. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great. Thank you, Mr. President.
That was wildly long. That was difficult to sit through. And also one of the most objectively fascist things I've seen in a long time. You know? This was chilling. I feel like it's almost like a blueprint for Trump in a lot of ways. Like this conversation in particular. And I think that this is, you know, a very savvy move by Putin. Like, it harms, or I guess it bolsters Russian PR abroad. It weakens attempts to fund Ukraine. It weakens the, you know, the American will to continue aiding Ukraine. It also mainlines all of the rhetoric that underlines the fascist authoritarianism of Russia, right? Which already, by the way, is being used as like a framework for fascist legislation in America. Like this has knock-on implications for our current political moment in America as well. And it's just shockingly awful. And, you know, part of it is, I think part of what we've seen here is that, like, the banality of that interview was the point, you know? Part of it was to present a bunch of boring-sounding, polite-sounding gobbledygook that sounds just right enough if you're not listening too closely, to, like, fool you, to lull you into complicity. And, like, it's insidious in that way, you know? And I think that's part of what's so scary about, like, fascism when it fully comes into its own, is that I think oftentimes fascism cloaks itself in boredom, you know? In the boredom of bureaucratic evil, of the banality of evil, even, you know? And, like, Putin is very good at that. Yeah. And I worry that that is going to be seen and taken up by more and more politicians in the United States, especially the ones that want to be that, but haven't necessarily had the patience to rein themselves in, you know? And I'm worried Trump is going to watch that, which he certainly will. You all know he's going to watch that. Like, it's Tucker Carlson. He's going to watch that. And I'm worried about the lessons he's going to glean from this. Yeah, it's chilling. And it's maybe even made more chilling by the fact that, like, I mean, as that chatter earlier, I think, kind of epitomized, like, there are a lot of people who are willing to support that. You know, there are a lot of people who are either willing to carry water for, you know, do Russian apologia, carry water for the Russian government line, And I think that that is dangerous. Because I think those same people also tend to be in favor of like a certain kind of accelerationism. Either the accelerationism of like, well, I don't want to vote for Biden because he's a milquetoast neolib, you know? And prioritizing their comfort with their vote over like the actual effects of their vote. The chatter earlier did not think of themselves as right-wing. No. But I don't think you have to acknowledge a reactionary tendency in order to be a reactionary, you know? But I think that there is a certain complicity either with with kind of the rise of fascism in that type of liberal, you know? The kind of people who will say, no, I'm just going to stay home and I'm not going to vote, even though, like, the decision is between, like, a milquetoast, awful neolib who sucks ass and, like, an out-and-out fascist who's going to, like, end America. And, like, frankly, for people like that chatter, well, you know, an out-and-out fascist might be a good choice if they end America. You know, like, this type of American diabolism can go so far that people are like, oh, yeah, actually, it would be good. That would be a net win for the world. And I don't think they understand that the immense amount of suffering that a fascist United States would be able to wreak upon the world. Largest nuclear that'll show the United States. Let it be taken over by a fascist. Give them control over the largest nuclear stockpile on Earth. And JB, I think that's it, right? Because to these people, this conflict isn't real. It doesn't have stakes. The actual stakes of the conflict are like whether or not your friends like you enough and think you're like the bestest leftist. Those are the stakes that they actually deal with on a day-to-day basis. It has very, very little to do with the outcome of their activism. It sucks to see. It sucks to see the weakness of the Weimar Republic up close and reenacted by America. My God. One would think we would have learned, but no. If a lot of your chat is from the US versus Europe, I don't know. It's a little more real when newspapers talking about conscription, harder to support. Yeah, most of my audience is US or like Australian, European. It depends on the time zone. I've gone so goddamn late that we're in wackadoo time zone. I've streamed for almost 9 hours straight. I've been up for almost 24 hours straight. Anyway, folks, if you enjoyed today's stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos. 9 goddamn hours. My head hurts. I feel awful. I'm gonna need to drink a lot of water and eat some food before I go to bed. I feel like my chat on that lacks context and good wording. Tired too, but damn, Riverboat Jack, that's a lot of little to no sleep. You know, it's the anxiety that really pulls me through. It's EP time now? Indeed. Alright, folks. Last call for Oilers. Oilers. I would raid into a content creator, but all of my streaming software has been broken for like the last 4 hours. So I can't really control my streaming software at this point. So y'all are gonna have to find a new home. I can't really deal with that right now. Y'all have a good one. I'm actually going to have to use Task Manager to end the process that is keeping stream alive. So let's just do that, huh? Thank you for the epic stream. You're very, very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a good one, and I will be back tomorrow.